Today, we are planning to talk about best adventure tourism international practices and existing standards, but we're going to talk about the current adventure tourism offer and standards in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well. Although most people, when they hear expression adventure tourism, have a picture of enjoyment and fun and easy way of enjoying yourself, I'm sure that today we will all together come to a conclusion that it is a much more serious business. Together with our speakers, we will today discuss what actually international market expects from adventure tourism companies and guides, which technical and operational standards each local company needs to meet if it wants to work with international tour operators, and what knowledge and skills successful adventure tourism guide should possess. Our final aim is together to identify ways in which we can reshape adventure tourism in Bosnia and Herzegovina and make it one of the most attractive destinations in the international market. However, before we start, I would like to thank each of our participants today for their valuable contribution that they generously provided during the preparation stage, and without whose suggestions and comments, probably this event wouldn't take this shape. Thank you once again. Now, I would like to call on and introduce our first speaker, Ibrahim Osta, head of USAID Tourism project. Ibrahim is very experienced in tourism field. Throughout his career, he worked as advisor on tourism development project in a number of countries, including Egypt, Tunisia, Georgia, Timor, Lebanon, Jordan, and others. He also led the USAID largest tourism development project in Jordan and is a member of the United Nations World Travel Organization panel of tourism experts. In addition to that, he also serves as a member of various boards, including the UN Foundation World Heritage Alliance. Ibrahim firmly believes that Bosnia and Herzegovina can and will become the leading destination at the international market and in the world, as he is used to say. So now, Ibrahim, can you please share your insights with us? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra. Very well. Alexandra, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. I think Alexandra already welcomed everybody. I want to give you a quick introduction on why this is important to Bosnia and Herzegovina and to us as a project, why we're focusing on this. As you know, since I would say most people with us today are in the adventure tourism business, adventure tourism is critical for the development of tourism overall, but also for Bosnia and Herzegovina in the post-COVID era. You will see here on the first slide, the safe travel stamp. We just received this in Bosnia and Herzegovina on the 5th of May, March, I should say. We were awarded the safe travel stamp by the World Travel and Tourism Council. And what this says is that the industry here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the ministries, the government agencies, and the private sector are taking COVID seriously. And we have protocols in place that the industry is following. Most of you know that we launched after the COVID protocols were adopted by the government, endorsed by the World Travel and Tourism Council. We launched 23 courses on an online academy. And those that pass the courses end up with a certificate saying that you're familiar with the standards and you operate by these standards. If you or your employees have not taken the courses, I encourage you to do so. academy.tourism.bih.ba. But we can also share the link with you later on. It's quite important that we project to the world that we're taking this seriously. And adventure tourism is going to be one of the leading segments that leads recovery in the coming period. So this is the focus of our discussion today. And I would say we need to begin by understanding what adventure tourism is. When we speak about the adventure tourism sector, what is it really that we're speaking about? And we're going to be talking about today the two facets of adventure, soft adventure as well as hard adventure. I will come back to this slide a bit later on to delve a bit more deeply into it and discuss the anatomy of the tourism sector. But adventure tourism is economically significant. $683 million is the expected size of the adventure tourism sector. This is coming from the Adventure Travel and Trade Association. And more importantly, not only that the industry is significant in terms of size globally, but also more importantly, the amount of added value that is retained in the local economy is pretty high. If you look at this study, for $1,000 to be left or $10,000 to be spent in an economy, you need 100 cruise tourists or mass tourists. You need 9 overnight package tourists, but you only need 4 adventure travel tourists coming to the destination, because the spend is large, the activities that they're purchasing are large, and the local population benefits the most. And oftentimes we see adventure tourism is linked to sustainable tourism, to responsible tourism. And I know my colleague Raj Giwali from Nepal, who's coming right after this session, will touch upon responsible travel around the world. So what are some of the trends that are taking place? Certainly, adventure travelers are seeking new experiences. And I want to talk about adventure travel in 2 ways. One is the hardcore adventure, but also we have adventure at heart. So you may go to a new destination, explore a new culture, something different. We want to attract that sort of traveler as well. Now, if you look at markets, source markets, where will they come from? Other than the US market, which is significant, and much of that market also is domestic, if we look at Germany, right next to us, this is a huge market. As we know, the German market is the 2nd largest outbound market in the world after the Chinese market. Just a few years ago, 2-3 years ago, it was the largest outbound market. But for adventure tourism in specific, it is significant. But also the UK market is significant. And these 2 markets are important for us as when we start planning for marketing activities, where do they come from? These are the 2 markets we need to look at, in addition, of course, to the region around us, whether Austria or Italy and others. And part of the work that we have done with our friends from TripAdvisor, we know where people are booking and looking. So when they look at Bosnia and Herzegovina, we know that oftentimes they bounce off and they go book another country. And these 2 markets are critical markets, but we have some intelligence for other markets that will be shared as part of the work that we're doing on adventure tourism and the outdoor cluster, but also when we're working with the entities on their tourism strategies. Tomorrow, for example, we're working with the Ministry of Tourism here in the Republika Srpska to develop the 2021-2027 tourism development strategy for Republika Srpska. And of course, adventure tourism is going to feature in an important way on this. Now, when we start looking at marketing, one way is to attract a market saying, I want to advertise to the German market. But really, that's not how it works. We need to look at psychographics, the new way of getting to markets, more laser sharp to get to markets. And what are the travel motivations that bring people? And there is a model that's created. It's called the Explorer Quotient. And the leaders on this are the Canadians. And we look at the psychographics and the motivations. Why do people come? And so I picked just 3 segments out of about 12 that the market is segmented into: free spirits, cultural explorers, and authentic experiences. And you might say, why are cultural explorers out here? Because they do fit part of soft adventure. So when we look at adventure, we're not just looking at people in ropes or rafting, for example, but we also need to look at the soft adventure, the hardcore adventure, then somewhere in between, then the intersection between adventure and culture, adventure and wine, adventure and food, all of these things. Now, these are the details that you will see in some of the studies we will share with you. Why do they travel? What sort of social media messages will make them tick and will make them book. And these are motivations that will drive our development, our planning, and our marketing. Now, let's get into the details. And instead of me telling you about this, how about one of the best experts in the world? Come here, Jack. This is my friend and colleague, Jack Delf. Many of you know him. If you don't, Jack is a leading expert on adventure tourism. I met Jack about, what, 6-7 years ago in Jordan when we hosted the Adventure Travel and Tourism, the Adventure Travel Trade Association's Adventure Next conference in the Dead Sea in Jordan, the lowest point on earth. But I would say your discussion then was the highest point.
Oh, good. I was going to say, my presentation was the lowest point.
No, that was the highest point of the conference. But Jack is an expert on adventure tourism. We worked together also in Moldova, and he helped us work with Moldova to jump some, 60, 70 points, 80 points.
80 places in the global index.
On the global index. And Jack is a part of our team. Lucky to have you. And he'll dive more deeply into the discussion of adventure travel and the different kinds. So Jack, take it away, please.
Okay, well, I'm just going to recap on some of the things you said there, Ibrahim. The first one is the size of the adventure travel market. And obviously this is pre-COVID. So the most up-to-date information we have comes from a 2018 survey. And they looked at adventure travel encompassing not just what people think of as adventure travel, which is sort of adrenaline-centered outdoor activities, things like bungee jumping or hiking or cycling. They looked at the whole of the adventure travel market because there's so much more to adventure travel than just those activities, as Ibrahim was saying. According to the Adventure Travel Trade Association, adventure travel is a combination of 3 elements. The first of those would be an activity. So you would think hiking or cycling, but it could also include a cultural activity. So it could be something like learning to make pottery, or it could be having a cooking class. The other 2 elements, which are very important to adventure travelers, is some kind of connection with nature, some experience outdoors in nature, and also an experience with the local culture, something that teaches them about how people live here, not just the historic culture of Republika Srpska, but also the living culture about how people live today. So I think the best way to think about adventure travel, the adventure's in the travel itself. So you travel for an adventure to really experience a destination, as opposed to being on a package tour and maybe spending your time sat on the beach and only really dipping into the local culture when you go to a restaurant. There's so much more involved in adventure travel. So the industry survey back in 2018 showed that market globally is worth 683 billion, and it had been growing at 21% combined annual growth rate since 2012. So compare that with the growth of tourism, which was almost unprecedented anyway throughout the noughties and the teens. That was growing at about 8%. So we saw adventure travel already growing at 3 times the rate of other travel. And so it's almost really become a mainstream now. It's not as big as fly and flop and package tourism, but it's a very, very important market. And what we're also seeing now with the COVID situation is that the initial market intelligence we're getting is that people want more of this kind of nature-based activity, more thoughtful travel where they learn more about a destination. And also people want increasingly to get away from mass tourism destinations. So adventure travel probably will grow faster again than all travel once people start to come back to travel. So there's another 3 important pieces of research I wanted to share with you. That first one was from the Trends report. And then there's an adventure travel pulse survey, which the Adventure Travel Trade Association conduct every year. And this is when they talk to the tour operators and the travel agencies and the adventure travel specialist companies. And they ask them to provide information about the kind of market demand that they're seeing and also the average trip spend. So you can see on here, you heard Ibrahim say that we believe 65% of adventure travel revenue stays in a destination compared to 14% for all types of travel. Now, the cynical amongst you may say, well, if you ask the tour operators, they're bound to say that more money stays in the destination. But even if we were being overambitious in our estimate, 65% is a big difference from 14%. And it also makes sense. If we're basing our tourism experiences on, authentic experiences provided by local host communities, this kind of thing, then more money would automatically stay in the destination, as opposed to coming to a foreign-owned resort where you spend all your time and all your money. So we see that adventure travelers spend more than average travelers in general. They tend to be better educated as well. And I've put some numbers up there for the average daily trip spend for adventure travelers. And again, this has come from the tour operators. And before COVID, the most demanded activities were hiking, cycling, walking, and what we call cultural immersion. This having experiences with local people and learning about the local culture firsthand. So hands-on experiences, this kind of thing. The average age of adventure traveler is actually older than most people think, because if you think of adventure travel as this sort of adrenaline-fueled activity, you'd think that would probably appeal more to younger people. But in actual fact, the average European adventure traveler is 49 years of age. The average trip length is 7 days, and they like to go in small groups. So they like to have, on average, 8 guests per guide as well. Now, Ibrahim talked about the difference between hard and soft adventure, and this is an important distinction to make. So I wanted to give you a bit more detail, and what I've done here is I've broken the market into different segments. So first of all, the more traditional, what we understand as adventure travel, the adventure challenges, so the outdoor activities. Now, you can break that market into 3 again. So you can say, well, first of all, there's the novices. So people who are maybe booked a trip to Bosnia or Republika Srpska for other reasons. While they're here, we see that something like 18% of them will want to take part in some kind of outdoor activity. And so for a novice, where you don't need any training, and the company you're going to for the experience provides the equipment, you've got the kind of activities like tandem paragliding or skydiving or a bungee jump, this kind of thing. So this is something that the guests don't need any training for. And then you move into the intermediate level, and this is still what we call soft adventure. So these are activities where perhaps the guests have already experienced some of these activities in other destinations, and now they've come to Bosnia and they want to see what orienteering is like here, or whitewater rafting is like here. So they maybe have some prior experience, and perhaps they've chosen Republika Srpska because they know that the whitewater rafting here is going to be quite good quality compared to where they first had an experience. And then you get into what we call the hard adventure market. And these are people who are enthusiasts, they're passionate about their activity, they probably travel with a lot of their own equipment, and they tend to choose destinations based on the quality of the experience they can have when they get there. So these are the skilled adventure travelers, and these are what we call hard adventurers. And then also soft adventures, we have the people who are looking for these more cultural and nature-based experiences. So I've provided a list for you there, which I don't need to go through, the kind of things they're interested in doing, which we can develop in Republika Srpska, like wildlife watching, for example. So it's important to make the distinction because the way their travel preferences are quite different. So, for example, the harder adventurers, the outdoor specialists, as I said, they probably have a lot of their own equipment. They would probably choose to come to Bosnia and Herzegovina because of, for example, if they're a mountaineer, they probably would have heard that the mountains here are good quality, there's some great climbing faces, and so they would choose that first, and then the destination itself is less relevant to them because they've started out by searching for the best mountains to climb or the best rivers to raft, and then they find Bosnia and Herzegovina in that list, so they choose to come here. These people have lower infrastructure requirements because they bring a lot of their own equipment, and they tend to be less concerned about the quality of the accommodation they're staying in. What's attracting these people is the quality of the experience. So how good are the rivers for rafting? How good are the mountains for climbing? How good is the Via Dinarica trail for hiking? So they would choose that first. With the soft adventurers, we have to offer a more have a more holistic approach. So, you know, they're not primarily choosing Bosnia and Herzegovina for an activity. They're choosing a holiday. So they want good quality accommodation, they want good food, they want lots of other activities that surround this. They want more variety in the offer because they're not going to spend a whole 2 weeks just rafting or just climbing. They want to do other things as well. So it's important to make that distinction. And I think sometimes in the Balkans, we tend to think more about the hard adventurers, and a lot of the small activity providers are enthusiasts themselves. So they create the kind of products that they would like to come and be involved in. So, you know, they offer some pretty challenging activities in terms of rafting or climbing. When actually the largest sector of the market, about 90% of the market, are what we call soft adventurers. So they want a much wider range of experiences, and they have higher demands in terms of the quality of the accommodation they stay at and that kind of thing. And I've put a little map on there which I found, which is quite revealing, which just shows you the percentage of hard adventure travelers in Europe and where they come from. And as you can see from the scale at the bottom of the chart there, you know, less than 10% of people are actually choosing the hard adventure option. So perhaps one of the things we need to do is look at our overall offer and see how we can attract more of these softer adventurers. The other piece of research I wanted to share with you today is the Adventure Travel Development Index, because this gives us some really useful insights in developing the Turizam project and in developing a strategy plan for tourism in this region over the next 5 years or so. So the Adventure Travel Development Index, as it says here, is a ranking of countries based on their adventure travel potential. So there's 10 pillars that they look at in this survey, and some of those we can't influence, but some of them we can. So they look at things like sustainable development, things like the Environmental Performance Index. So this is looking at how your government is applying environmental rules and how they're enforcing those rules as well. And it looks at things like unemployment. And then you have natural resources, which looks at things like population density and urban concentration and the length of your coastline. So you can see these are the things that are harder for us to influence through a strategic plan for the destination. They look at adventure resources, which we score really well on. So that's the number of red list endangered species that we have, things like the bears, the lynx, the wolf, the marten, you know, the large mammals that we have. And they look at forest area coverage. So again, we score very well for that. And then they look at things like entrepreneurship. So how easy is it to set up a business and run a business here? So those things, you know, we can influence to some extent, but we really should concentrate on the areas that we can make a difference. And most of this Adventure Travel Development Index is taken from existing surveys and studies, as you see here. But the three important elements we can influence are heavily dependent on expert opinion. So let me talk about those in a bit more detail. So the first one is the infrastructure for adventure travel in this region. So here the survey is looking at the airports we have, the lodging facilities, and the trails we have, things like trail maps, things like having trails like the Via Dinarica, like the Chiro Trail. And they look at that, but that's 100% based on expert opinion. So what they do every year is they contact a panel of international experts, typically tour operators in adventure travel, some adventure travel consultants as well, and they ask their opinion. So, you know, we need to do some work here to improve our infrastructure, but we also need to do some work to make sure that the opinion formers and the important people in adventure travel become aware of what we have in this destination, because we have a lot to offer. Another area which has some expert opinion is the cultural resources, and this looks primarily at, you know, how much UNESCO World Heritage sites we have on the World Heritage list. And again, this is based on 50% expert opinion, so we need to get the word out perhaps to the opinion formers. And the last important section is the destination's image. So how well are you known to experts in the trade? And this is based entirely on expert opinion. And we're missing a slide here, but I just wanted to point out that, you know, if you look at the overall position of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the ATDI, they rank 129th out of 190 countries in the last survey. But if you look at the readiness, which is this chart here, the three things we can influence, Bosnia and Herzegovina rates much higher. It comes 79th out of the countries that were looked at. So already we're making good steps. Already the experts are understanding what Bosnia and Herzegovina has to offer. We just need to work on that, fine tune the product and get the information out. So I'm going to hand back to Ibrahim now.
Thank you, Jack. I will conclude by saying we have 3 activities that are underway in the adventure sphere. One is development of an outdoors cluster strategy. The other one is we're working on operation and safety standards for the outdoor cluster. And then there was going to be a series of training activities that we conduct. When we speak about soft adventure, we speak about hard adventure. One of the areas that Jack spoke about today think I lost my connection. Alexandra, can you see me?
Yes, yes, now.
Yeah, back. Okay. One of the areas we're working on is development of rural tourism. Rural tourism is important, as we know, and Bosnia and Herzegovina has some beautiful villages. So we've looked at some international best practice. The French, for example, they have a program called the Most Beautiful Villages of France. I think I have technical. Alexandra, am I back?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I have Wi-Fi problems here. So we looked at the French model. They have beautiful villages. We might have nicer ones even. So as we speak, we have an assessment underway for a program called the Most Beautiful Villages of Bosnia and Herzegovina that kind of mimics the program that France has, and one of our colleagues from Lebanon that copied the model is with us, looking around at the various villages, and that is something that we're going to share with all of you soon, and we're working with our partners from the ministries as well, and picking villages that present the most attractive options of culture in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but of course, everywhere you go, you're going to have adventure tourism options. Another program we're working on is development of the Herzegovina wine route. As we know, Herzegovina is rich in
Okay, so we will continue with our Ibrahim, do you want to finish, or
yeah, I'm back now, right?
you're back now again?
Okay,
Yeah.
that's very good. I will talk about the Herzegovina wine route. We're working on with the wineries, with the local producers, on presenting this as an internationally recognized wine route, but also when people come for wine, they're not drinking wine for 2 weeks, but engaging in cycling activities and other types of adventure activities. So the intersection of culture, the soft adventure, as well as hard adventure, are areas that are going to inform the development moving forward. But today's program, we're looking more, I would say, on the hard adventure side, and I want to
Alexandra.
Okay, thank you, Ibrahim. We will talk more about our project's plans before we close this event today. I'd like now to introduce Raj Giavali, who's joining us from Nepal. Thank you, Raj, very much for taking time and being here with us. Raj Giavali is founder of Nepal-based company Social Tours, which some 5 years ago became the first sustainability certified tour operator in Asia. It was certified by Travel Life organization. The company started from what we would call social activism by organizing a British students fundraising trip in Nepal more than 20 years ago. And since then, it kept its focus on exclusively on sustainability, and today is one of Nepal's leading soft adventure tour operators. Raj is also partner at Ethical Travel Portal in Norway, which works on curated offbeat journeys in Norway and 10 other destinations around the world. In addition to that, he consults worldwide on sustainable tourism development, both on the ground with operators and guides, but with the governments working on destination development. Raj, thank you once again, and please take over now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexandra. Thanks a lot, and thanks, Ibrahim and Jack. That was a really good introduction on how adventure tourism can go ahead. I'll just share my screen and take my presentation on, and then we'll take it off from there. Okay, I hope you can see that.
Yes, we can. Mm-hmm.
What I'll be attempting to do today will be to try and give you a precursor of how to build a sustainable travel adventure company. And I think that's the sort of the core focus of it, that what I'll be trying to achieve today. And let's see if I can do it. Who am I to teach anyone anything? But if I can actually take it from my experience of over 20 years of working in tourism and working with different companies, let's see if that works, right? So if anything comes pops out, please do take it in your stride. So responsible adventure tourism, right? Now, the whole idea here is, how do you convert a passion into a business? All right. So it's as simple as that. The passion of it is, I think that's how usually adventure tourism companies start. Somebody who's got a lot of passion for adventure will be doing a lot of that adventure, and then says, oh, maybe I can turn it into a business. And the next thing you know, you're sitting behind a computer just tapping away, marketing. Then, next thing you know, you're not doing the adventure anymore. And that is also something that happens, right? So taking the passion to a business is what we're trying to attempt here. But let's not forget the elephant in the room, yeah? That's the virus, eating up tourism one by one, and it's just taking us down. And we should not forget that this is really an important topic right now. So why bother then? Why not we all stay home and not do anything, because tourism is going to be eaten up by the coronavirus anyways. But this photograph here is from the Everest Base Camp 2 days ago. Yeah. And this year, there are 321 people attempting Everest. They're there for 45 days, at least, up to 2 months, acclimatizing before they're going to attempt Everest. This is almost a normal year for mountaineering. So what does that show? To me, it shows that adventure tourism comes back really fast from every crisis. And we have seen this time and time again. And Nepal is not new to this, because we had an earthquake, and we saw that adventure tourism, because it's an adventure destination with a name, just like Jack was saying, does it have the name? So it came back really fast. So you can see that, this is definitely going to come back really fast. So the first thing to come back is going to be adventure, no doubts. The other thing is that there's a very marked improvement post-COVID on sustainable interest in sustainability. I think it's also because a lot of us think, nature, this is nature's revenge on us of being unsustainable. So I think people want to become sustainable. They want to cook good food, they want to eat organic, want to have good practices. So suddenly there's a big interest in that. So now you combine adventure and sustainability, and that's what you want to really build into the future if you want to look at a post-COVID scenario of actually doing business. So, if you take it from a present perspective, yes, it does make sense to start concentrating on adventure tourism and concentrating on nice, sustainable adventure tourism. And I'll also touch upon what Ibrahim was talking about, soft adventure, and that is an important element as well, because people like soft adventure. People want to have that adventure at heart sort of experience. So how do we go about it? How do we navigate this, right? I'll try to see if I can get the message across on how to navigate into moving an adventure business into a sustainable adventure business. Of course, there's the obvious. Do the right research, build a strong team, have excellent marketing. I can talk endless about that. Build the expertise, make sure that you are working as an expert, because adventure requires expertise. Develop your own niche, excellent after sales, because word of mouth really works well in adventure, because everybody asks another adventurer, what did you do? And then people want to follow that. And have very unique products, etc., etc. The list is endless. No? You can go with the obvious stuff that you need to build good companies. But what really stands out to me in adventure is develop your own niche. Make sure that you are actually the expert in the field and you are standing out on that particular one. Not that everybody else does it, but so if there is hiking and mountain biking going on and everybody says, I'm also providing hiking and mountain biking, maybe it's more interesting for you to be the one who's providing the mountain biking to the wine route. And that's your niche. And nobody can challenge you on that one, because you've become the expert on that one. So developing your own niche is one thing that really stands out to me in adventure tourism. And if that niche also includes sustainability, you've really hit the nail on the head, is what I would like to say. But let's go towards what is not so obvious. Yeah. And I just wanted to, just give me a second because I can't see my own screen for some reason. So I'll just have to make it tinier so I can see it again. Here we go. So yeah, the first thing that I'll say, I'll give you about 10 points, so some of it might make sense. The first thing is to focus on principles and values. Responsible tourism, if you just break it down, I won't go into terminology and explanations of what it is, but in the simplest form, it is about being environmentally sensitive, being culturally sensitive, and contributing into the local economy. Just make sure that you do that in everything that you do. So if you just break it down into whatever you're doing as a business, you just check that it's environmentally sensitive, it's culturally sensitive, and it's contributing to the local economy. The other thing is a very interesting thing that I actually followed in my own company. So I'm just sharing this with you. I designed a list of values that we really needed to work on. So everything that we do is based on these values, that we respect everyone. So that means you respect your clients, you respect your porters, you respect your guides, you respect all the stakeholders in the business. So you give them the attention that they deserve, because everybody comes together to form the business. And that is one aspect of sustainability and responsibility that is very important. Honesty and integrity is very important in adventure, because when if you're telling somebody that this is a 6-hour hike and it turns out to be 10 hours, or if you say, it's easy and it turns out really difficult, then it becomes really complicated. So honesty becomes really, really important in adventure, because it's all about trust. So honesty and integrity become a very important part. There are two things that I'll speak a little bit later. These are the control of greed and continued excellence. The other thing, of course, is because adventure is always related with nature, so the importance of environmental protection is non-ending, because if you don't have the environment, we're not going to have adventure. So it's a very simple logic, and it should be understood. And everything that you do has to go towards looking at environmental protection. And then, of course, the social responsibility of business, because if society wasn't there, there'd be no business. So business has to give back to society. It's as simple as that. So you have to find ways all the time of giving back into the society. So that's the social responsibility of business. Now, the control of greed is an important one I'd like to talk about, whereby what we're trying to say is that without greed, you cannot have a business. You need to have greed. You need to have that drive, but you need to control it. If you don't control it, you'll compromise on honesty, you'll compromise on respect, you'll compromise on everything else. So if you can control that, then you'll make sure that you're balancing it out. So it's not maximization of profit, but it's optimization of profit is how I like to look at it. And then the other thing is very important is, we talk about excellence all the time, but just being excellent is not good enough. It has to be continued excellence. So you have to continuously improve and improve and improve, and that keeps your business standing for longer. And this is an important aspect of value systems that you should have in your company. And if you can follow and if you can internalize these values, make sure your teams are also internalizing these values, which is really easier said than done. I know it from experience. Then you're really building a company that is going towards sustainability in a very deep form. So that's the first little tip. The second one, in which I was talking about the control of greed, and that becomes an important part of sustainability, is to work on a concept of linked prosperity, because everything is linked. Your guides are linked to the drivers, are linked to the destinations, to the lodges, to the hotels, to the restaurants. Everybody is linked. And if you make sure that everybody is earning well, and making sure that everybody is happy, then you have this concept coming out of linked prosperity. And then what that does, it creates goodwill in your company. And if the company has got great goodwill of doing the right thing, then it works really, the image of that company gets better and better. Your clients start recommending the company much better, and that becomes very important. So working on a concept of linked prosperity becomes a very, very important thing to do when you design and you start working on the nuts and bolts of the company. The next not so obvious thing is, especially when you talk about sustainability, we've got this tendency to say, I'll make everything perfect and then I'll call myself sustainable. That's not how it works. It actually works with really, really tiny baby steps. But the important thing is to keep on moving. So if you look at the SDGs, you'll see that there's so many of them. In every little element you can add it to tourism. but you can't do all of it at once. It's impossible to do that, but you keep on moving. So in my company, for example, we started off by doing recycling. For example, what we did was we took all the paper that we had in our accounts department that they were printing to, for vouchers and everything. And then we put it together, gave it to a recycling plant and asked them to make recycled paper that we use for visiting cards. And that was a little start. Then after that, I started a small canteen for my team. And then I got somebody employed out there who was actually earning money. And, so you just add on little elements to it. And then you started working on guide training programs. And then you started working on standards. And then you start working on, on the review systems. And you start adding stuff all the time, and little initiatives that are always added on sustainability, on environment, on culture, then designing new products that are to do with sustainability. So you keep on taking those baby steps, but keep on moving all the time. And that is a very obvious but not so obvious thing that needs to be done when you're moving towards sustainability. The other one is to make constant improvements. It's very interesting that, we've already talked about a cooking course. I think Ibrahim and Jack were talking about it, that itself is an adventure for people. Trying new food becomes a big adventure, soft adventure for people. And this is a cooking course that we've been running for over 10 years now. Well, this year we don't have business. Everything in here has got sustainability written on it. The aprons are handmade by local women. The wood is mango wood. Hardwood, Nepali hardwood that is used, which is sustainably sourced. We are teaching a local skill to people, so there's a cultural sensitivity that is there, which is very good out here. But guess what? After 10 years, the tray is still plastic. So the constant improvement part of it is always there. So you always have to look at it and say, all right, what can I improve now? And then you say, all right, why is that tray plastic? Shall we change that into something else? And then you can keep on moving. So never consider a job done, and keep on moving when you're working on sustainability, and that really helps. Do not forget to network and collaborate. That is a non-stop activity, because that's where you can really learn. So if you're just sitting in your little bubble and saying, I'm sustainable and I'm doing my little stuff, and I'm not networking with anyone, I'm not collaborating around the world, or within the nation as well, you will never learn. So networking and collaborating nonstop is kind of important, because that helps your image. It helps your learning a lot. And so people often tend to forget that, and they concentrate so much on the work they don't see the broader picture of the need to actually network and collaborate. I think right here there's a big opportunity to collaborate. There's a lot of adventure tour operators and adventure specialists who are already in this group. Starting by collaborating together here would also be a very, very good step in the right direction. And sustainability moves really fast. I mean, a long time ago, people used to talk about ecotourism, then it became sustainable tourism, then it became responsible tourism. Then people started talking about regenerative tourism. Now we are talking about transformative tourism. So the buzzwords keep on changing, and the interests of people keep on changing. So as an entrepreneur and a person who's trying to build a business on sustainability, you have to really know what's happening. So constant research, use those collaborations that you have, the networks that you have, and keep on learning what's happening around. And that will really help, because if you don't do that, you'll be far behind within no time at all. And that will not be a good thing. So sustainability, you really need to keep on moving. There's also a lot of improvements that are being made in equipment, in gear, everything. So all of that you need to know in adventure. Keep innovating. This is very important. We also like to sometimes just sit on our products and say, this is all I have, and I'll only do this. That is not the way to work. If you don't keep on innovating, you will not create growth in the company at all. There are very few companies in the world who actually have just one product and it's a hit. An example is the guy who does a punting row in a river in London, and he's every day full, but he's just a lucky guy because he's in that destination. Maybe right now he isn't full either, but that's a very rare thing that happens. So keeping on innovating. Now, this is part of an experience that we started, which was working on looking at coffee. So the experience goes to the farms to understand coffee, and then goes from crop to cup. So you can actually design an adventure experience, a soft adventure experience, staying in a farm, understanding the coffee, and then going all the way from farm, crop to cup. You can do that with wine too. And that could be a very interesting thing, which is already something that you've been talking about right now. So something that can be done. Now, the other thing that is very important in today's day, and I think this is a learning that is always been there, but is even more relevant now, is that your business has to be very agile. The adventure travel market is also quite sensitive to little changes. Tourism in general is very sensitive to worldwide phenomenon. And if you have something like that, you need to be able to be agile, to move on really fast, to make quick pivots. And for that, you need to have financial stability. You need to have small teams, broken down into little units that you can really change around, play around with it, cross-train guides so that you can actually switch around between different roles all the time. All those things are all little parts of having a very agile, trim company. And right now with Corona, you can definitely see that happening because, bigger companies are really suffering because they don't know what to do with their massive, massive teams because they don't have the agility to move around. But the smaller ones just close up, fold up, and then work from a laptop and keep on working. And the agility is much, much higher. So having agile companies is becoming a really important thing in more and more in today's world. And with sustainability is the same. It really is important to have that. Now, I come to the last few slides now, and I'm talking about one thing that is very important for retaining passion, because like I said on the second slide, the passion slowly becomes a really drudgery work of just sitting behind a laptop and writing emails after emails trying to get the business. So every now and then you need to take a break and rekindle that passion for adventure. And if you don't do that from time to time, you will slowly just get bogged down into nothingness, really. I mean, you'll start feeling like, why am I in this business? Why is it so tough? So it's very important to keep on going out there and not losing the passion for adventure. And that will also improve your expertise all the time. And your field, the more field expertise you have, the better it is on the trust level. And that's the way to get business. So it makes a lot of sense all around. And the last one, of course, do not forget to have fun. Because at the end of the day, if all this, building an adventure business and making it sustainable really pulls you down, then the fun of it goes away. Because a lot many times in tourism, we forget that what we do as tourism entrepreneurs and tourism designers is that we're actually developing people's dreams into reality and making it fun for them and memorable. And if it's not going to be memorable for us, that's kind of pointless. So this is one thing that I always talked about in my teams as well, with the teams that I have. I always tell them, if you're not having fun, there's no point in being here, because fun is an important part of tourism. And as people working in tourism, and adventure tourism especially, we need to constantly have fun too. So that would be my final point for today. And I think I have a few minutes, but it's okay. Thank you very much, and best of luck in developing your businesses.
Thank you very much, Raj. I've seen some comments, and some people found your presentation very inspiring and useful. You gave a range of very, very useful and practical suggestions. Thank you. Now I'm going to invite one fascinating lady that's joining us from United States, where it's quite early, actually, as I understand now. Marianne Marbury has over 30 years of experience in adventure travel space. First, she worked as a wilderness guide, and more than 20 years ago, she founded her own company. And she also, as Raj mentioned, found her niche. Actually, she founded company, Adventures in Good Company, company that prepared and offers tours for women only. Marianne has visited Bosnia and Herzegovina a couple of times, and she thinks both the human and natural history of Bosnia and Herzegovina makes it an interesting destination for international adventure travelers. Marianne, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. You're right. It's very early here, and it's also the time that my dog usually gets her walk. So she's already been asking me, if you hear a dog barking, just know that she will get her walk later. But I'm really happy to be here because I love Bosnia. I love sustainable tourism. And yeah, I'd love to give some perspective from the experience that I've had.
Great, thank you. First, we already mentioned how many people, when you say adventure tourism, have this picture of usually young, well-fit and trade people going for fun somewhere in the wild nature. However, you founded and operated for years agency that used to create very specific trips offered to very specific group of market, if we can say that. Can you explain what actually made you to decide to go for this niche market in the first place?
Well, it really started from my guiding. I was guiding both trips for just women with a company here in the United States, and also another one that did mixed groups of both men and women. And what I found was that I really enjoyed the women's trips more because there was more camaraderie. I laughed a whole lot more as a guide. People shared at a deeper level, and there was a lot less competitiveness. So the company I was guiding with went bankrupt. And I thought, wow, just because I don't know anything about starting a business, that would be an adventure. And it just seemed like natural to jump in. But there's another reason. It really ties back to what Raj just said about finding your niche, because it's part of the decision was that in 1999, which is when I started this, there were already a growing number of adventure travel companies. And to try to break in and somehow differentiate myself was much easier by focusing on a really specific niche and just focusing on women. And it's interesting because in I think it was 2016 or 2017 in the United States, you started reading about how women's adventure travel was the hot new thing. And all these companies that, big companies started offering women-only trips. And I'd say within 2 years, half of them had given it up because they didn't understand that women's trips are different. Just as, hiking trips are different from mountaineering. You need a different mindset, a different itinerary, differently trained guides. And so to find, like in Bosnia, I don't think anybody should start a women's adventure travel company. But if you, as a company, are interested in attracting women, what you want to do is contact people like me who have those groups that can, that can be brought to Bosnia. And we'll be looking for companies that are also really, as Raj said, the best in their niche for what we're looking for. But that's how I started. It was really just like the company folded and I went, I can do this.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And actually brings me to my next question. I mean, I went to the website of your company and browsed through it and saw all these interesting and exotic destinations that are offered and your clients are taken to. So how did you actually learn about Bosnia in the first place, and what was the driving factor in making this decision to offer it to your clients?
Yeah, well, I think we offered our first trip in the Balkans, in Bulgaria. And that was, I'd always had this interest of wanting to see countries that had been closed to us, that we had, when I was growing up, it was Yugoslavia. And the Balkans were, or behind the Iron Curtain, just sort of a mystery. And so my first experience was in Bulgaria, and I just realized what an amazing opportunity there was to combine incredible beauty, just incredible beauty, and really interesting history, good food, and great value, unlike, much of Western Europe, which is incredibly expensive. And then one of my guides actually said, I really think we should go to Bosnia. And I thought, well, that would be another good destination in the Balkans. And she came over to Bosnia and did some scouting and also met with an operator there who was the kind of person that we're looking to operate with. And yeah, we just decided, let's try this. Now, I will say what happened is that the first year, our trips sold out really fast. And we only tend to offer one trip to each country. But that year we offered 2 trips. And then the next year, nobody signed up. And the next year, nobody signed up, or at least not enough people signed up. And we said, okay, so there's a problem here, because like has been mentioned before, people want adventure, but they kind of want to know what they're getting. And they want to know something about the destination. Like, I mean, I hate to say this, but Americans are not very aware of countries outside of their own. And if you say Bosnia, the first association is going to be negative associations from the wars in 1990, in the 1990s. And the second is going to be the assassination of the Archduke Ferdinand. So there was not a positive hook. And then I heard about the Via Danerica. And I thought, well, there is my positive hook, because Americans all know about the Appalachian Trail, right? I mean, hiking the Appalachian Trail is really big. And here is something we can say, this is an incredibly exciting, sustainable adventure connecting all these different countries. And no, my clients are not going to hike the Via Danerica because they're not that hardcore. But if we could do highlights of it that introduce them to different parts of different countries, that would be a way to bring people over. So what we do now is we have something called the highlights of the Via Danerica. And I guided it the first year, which is how I met Sabina. She was our guide there, and people loved Bosnia. And, and so then we started building that positive association with pictures and stories and whatever. But that's, yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yes, definitely. Thank you. But you mentioned the perceptions of Americans, either current or past perception about this part of the world and Bosnia specifically. So when creating or programs for American visitors, is that any different from European visitors, potential visitors? Ibrahim talked about in the beginning of this event about the source markets, including USA, but German and some UK and some other European countries. So do you see any difference in, offering products to American clients versus European ones?
Well, the big thing that it took me a while to learn this, but for Americans, the trip here is long and it's expensive. It is not something that you're going to do very often. Really different from people from the UK and Germany who can hop on an EasyJet flight. Actually, I don't know if Ryanair or EasyJet fly here yet, but at least they fly to Croatia, which is pretty close. And so it's much easier for them to think about coming back multiple times. With Americans, it's going to be once. And so it's really, and the other thing I will say about America is that we have incredible wilderness. If you want to do rock climbing or mountaineering or rafting, you don't need to leave the country, right? So if you're a mountaineer who just likes to tick off, okay, now I've been to, this country and this country and this country, yes. But for the average American, it's like, we don't need to go to Bosnia because it's beautiful. So we need to build in culture. We need to build in history. We need to say, okay, yeah, sure, it's a beautiful country. It's a beautiful country with a totally different history than our own, with different food, with different problems now, with a whole different perspective. And that's why people want to come, not just to hike. Although hiking is important, you don't just want to feed them all the time, at least not my clients. But you want to build in so that people come away thinking that they know something about the country and have made some authentic connections with people who are there, and not just, been run up and down trails. I learned that in Bulgaria because our operator there was, he was English, and he he was just used to working with British hiking clubs. And so our first itinerary it was all hiking. Now it was great. It was great. I could have done that in Colorado. And in fact, one of my clients was from Colorado, and she said, looks like home to me. And it was there that I learned, like, no, we need to showcase the country in the whole thing. So that's a big difference. I think that a couple of other things, Americans have the rap of being very demanding. And I, in some ways that is true, and in some ways it's not. My experience is that they expect things to be well organized, and they expect honest communication. So just what like Raj was saying is, if it's a 6-hour hike, a 10-hour hike, don't say it's 6 hours. If somebody says how much further, don't say 20 minutes for the 4th time. It's like, be clear about what's going on. We always have briefings, and I think Americans need more information. That has been my sense, that they like, as I said, we have briefings every evening. What are we doing tomorrow? Where are we going? What do you need to bring? What time are you getting up? All those things just very clearly said. And the good thing, I often feel like the paradox of adventure travel is how many people aren't really that adventurous, but they are actually more adventurous than your mass traveler. And it's like, for people in the United States, coming to Bosnia is an adventure because they don't know anything about it. It's not like going to Venice where they kind of know what they're going to get. They know nothing about it. So, but being very clear in your communication, I think it really helps. And then another thing that I learned from some of the people I've guided with in other countries is that Americans are really curious about your personal life. And I just remember talking to a guide from France, and she was going, yeah, the first time I had your group over, I couldn't believe how many questions they asked. And I said, well, what do you all talk about? She said, food. We talk about food. And so you don't experience it as being nosy, experience it as people being curious, but think about what you want to share. Occasionally people ask me questions, and I think, what do you think gives you the right to ask me that question? And you can just say, give a flip answer and then change it back to them. But Americans will want to know about your personal life in a way that you may not be used to from Germans or people from the UK. So there's a few differences. Yeah,
it makes sense, actually. It comes back to cultural immersion, etc. Speaking about your experience in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which, in your opinion, would be like 3 main elements without which you wouldn't come to Bosnia? What was the most important actually thing for you to decide to do these trips?
The absolute most important thing is finding a good partner in the country, because obviously it makes no sense for me to pretend to be an expert in Bosnia, right? So we need to find a company that we share the same values. And high among that, has already been said a couple of times, is sustainability. People who are really, I loved Raj's cycle of community, people who are really looking at that, how can they do tourism in a way that benefits the most number of people, not just their company, but the way, to me, the value of sustainable tourism is helping people in the country make money. That's a really high value. And so a company that's focusing on that, and not just how can they make money, but how can they help other people make money, and how can they employ guides, is really, really important. They also really need to be safety oriented, and there's that sort of paradox of, but we're adventurous, so our safety has to be we have to be able to accept a level of risk, and that's true, but we need to have people need to know that the level of risk is manageable, that there's a plan for dealing with it, that if something happens, somebody knows what to do. So, and we also ask that all the guides have, in the United States, we run all of our own trips in the United States, and all of our guides are certified wilderness first responder. I don't think that's the standard yet. Maybe it is, but there should be some sort of first aid training and at least some really clear understanding of where you would go to the hospital. And also that guides have to be well trained, and not just in their activity, but in their group management skills, because that's such a critical part of a trip, is the group that you come with. So I've seen some excellent guides, both here and in the United States. I've seen some guides that I just think, I can't wait to get away from this person. All they want to do is talk about themselves, and they're not really listening to what the group wants, and not listening. So guides need to be well trained. And also, when I'm looking for a partner in another country, they have to be responsive. If I send an email and I hear back 2 weeks later, I know right then this is not going to work. That I have to know that they're going to be, that we're going to have a dialogue, that we're going to be partners right from the beginning, and that I can get my questions answered. And in return, I try to be really honest about who our clients are, and I pay on time and all of that. So, yeah.
Thank you, Marianne. So before we part and give you back to your dog before he gets too nervous, do you have any final advice to give to Bosnia and Herzegovina adventure tourism community? There are quite some of them right now watching us. There are actually some representatives of some of the women's associations doing outdoor activities. Watching this event, so I suppose they are thinking about moving to adventure tourism at least. So, do you have any piece of advice to give?
Yeah, well, especially for the women, that's very exciting. That's great news, and I would say reach out to operators. I mean, there are women's travel companies in Germany and the UK and various other countries. So that, I think that would be a great connection. Just one thing I would say is that the itinerary is really important, but the guide makes the trip. So the guide, the things that people love about guides, they love a guide being well organized. They love excellent communication. They also really remember the guides who go out of their way to make something special happen, or to really practice sustainably. I was just thinking again about our French guide, and she's very sustainably oriented. And on our trip, she gave us all napkins. And it's like, because we had picnics for lunch every day. And then we all had napkins and a knife. So instead of having plastic and plates and constant paper towels, we were just able to cut down on all of that. Plus, it was a really great souvenir. So thinking about those little things of how can I showcase sustainability in a way that's meaningful for people is great. So.
Thank you very much, Marianne. We do hope to see you in this part of the world sometime soon.
I can't wait to get back. I can't wait to get out of the United States.
Thank you. Have a nice day then.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And now we're going to talk to our next speaker, Massimo Desiati, who should be actually joining us from Sao Paulo, but I can't see him on the screen. Massimo, are you with? You are with us. Okay.
Yes,
so before starting to talk to you, I would like just to give a few introductory remarks about Massimo. Massimo comes with a very special background. He's multiple champion in several water sports, including rafting, kayaking, canoeing, and others. and has also been working as instructor, rafting instructor, accessor, whitewater rescuer, wilderness responder. In addition, he also was engaged as a risk assessor for Discovery Channel program, Survival, used to work for Canadian, French, and Brazilian companies, etc. And he's also qualified ISO standards assessors. Massimo, thank you so much for being with us today. I hope the connection will work well this time.
Yes, I know it's, I'm now in São Paulo, so the connection is much better. Thanks for the invitation, and I'm really glad to participate in this important event.
Yes, it is important for us. I presume everybody agrees with that. Massimo, you come with a very specific background. You have successfully, actually, you had successful sport career, and then you decided to combine it with doing business in tourism sector. So can you tell us how did you, reach that point to say, okay, now I want, because these two sectors are, sort of apart. They don't work very often together. So what made you go into the tourism sector?
I'm an agricultural engineer, so I studied for engineer. I started to work with that, but when I was a student, and I used to love since I was very young the nature sports, mountaineering, and then I started kayak, and started to practice a lot, do trips in kayak, but also train for race. And after I finished my university, during the university, I used to do kayak a little bit, and then I finished and start to work with agriculture. And on the weekends, I helped some friends, some who had a travel company, just for fun. And I start to like. Then I just one day just decide, oh, why I don't do this for business. And that where I start to really, I have a change from my profession to I start my own travel company, adventure company.
And you started offering actually providing services in rafting and water sports, I suppose. So
yes, was the main thing, but usually we combine like rafting with hiking or cycling or other things. But my main job was with rafting most of the time. Then after a while, I started to work with different sports or different adventures. And some expeditions, and when you use rafting, but also overland and hiking and multiple sports.
So what would you say is a main difference between doing water sports or fun for fun and doing it for tourism purposes and taking groups or other individuals with you on trips?
Yeah, that's an important point, because usually when you do sports, you like to have your freedom and do whatever you want. You want to accept high risks and do more and more, go with friends. And one of big difference is the liability and the responsibility you have when you take someone to do your trip. So you have this difference between when you do sports and when you take someone to do a trip, like a tourist, and you charge for that. And there is a big confusion about this, because usually the people who do sports and like to hike or like to climb or like to raft or kayak, they usually and I include me when I was sports, don't like to rules, because you want to do more and more things, want to be free. And but it's when you take someone who sometimes the people they just trust in you, but they don't know exactly what's going to happen. They don't know for you when you do something like as a sportsman. For for you, some things are very easy because you're used to, but when you take someone that don't know exactly, can be really hard to them. So this is, I think, one of the main different things. You must understand when you are doing by yourself or by some friends, you accept some risks. But when you're charging, when you're taking someone, it's important that people to really know, to have some standards, like how to communicate this, have some rules, some guidelines, and to the people who really goes to the who goes to your trip, understand what's going to happen, understand the risks, and still comfort, because usually they don't know exactly what they're going to expect. So it's better to explain before this and have all this care. That's why it's very important to have some standards about this communication and everything, how the process, the risk management, and everything else.
Thank you. Now we have actually a number of sport clubs and organizations right now watching us. So these are people doing different kind of sports. Rafting and kayaking, canoeing are quite developed here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So when maybe you can share with them, when you decided to start your tourism company, who did you cooperate with? I suppose you had to learn a lot about tourism sector as such. I mean, from the very beginning, like communication with clients, marketing and promotion, this kind of stuff. Did you do it on your own, or you reached out to some other tourism actors?
Oh, of course, yes. I start like doing by myself, but then participating in events, in fairs, and talk with other people and making some mistakes, of course. And then you start to learn to understand the business, to understand the tourism industry. And we had this misunderstanding here in Brazil. We had because, like, in my opinion, the sportmen or the people who like to go to the nature are the best guides, are the best people to work with tourists. They love what they do. They are prepared to go to on the cold, on the rain, on hot, and wake up early, sleep at night. So they just love this. And a good guide, I think, have all this profile. And so who does the sports is very good. Usually is a very good guide, adventure guide. And but they must understand this difference. It's very important that they understand the difference when they are doing the sports and when they are doing the tourism. We had a lot of, especially the mountaineer, and they are against the standard of we just. Coming back a little bit, we after a little while we find out that we had to be more organized in Brazil. There was a lot of companies, adventure companies, working alone, and nobody, the government didn't promote us, and then we start to work together as a group. And then we start to be heard about the government, the promotion people, and but then we start to talk about the standardization, to have some guidelines, to be easier to sell the product, to be more trustable, but then we have a fight with this. All this association, rafting, climbing, and everything, because they didn't understand. They thought this standard was also for them, and we took a long time to them to understand these two different things. Sports is one thing, tours is another thing, and so we now, after many years, they understood the standardization for tourism don't affect them, and so we are much closer, and it's working much better because we work together. As I told, the best guides are the ones who like to do sports, who like to do outdoor activities. And so if we are together, it's much better, because they can go to do by themselves, to do some harder adventure or more risky adventure. And when we need to go with tourists, then you follow these standards. So you can work together, do both things, and have some guidelines. And one important thing about the guidelines and all the standards, especially the safety management, for your company is very good, because you must organize your company to have this standard. So you have to think about some things that you used to try to put away. We are doing there are some decisions that you must take, you must think about, and usually you just put away. And if you have the standard, you must think about that, and for your manage is much better. You have to think about the management of the company, and it helps on your organization a lot.
Thank you for mentioning that. We're going actually to talk about different standards in the second half of this online event after the break. Now, before we finish, I would like to ask you, I have to ask you one question. I expect that you've been to the most exciting and wildest rivers around the world. Have you ever heard of rivers in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Vrba, Suna, Tara, Neretva? Have you ever been actually to Bosnia or heard of these rivers?
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, I was close, but not yet. But I really would like to be. I saw, I think Stara, there were some waterfalls, some beautiful waterfalls. I'm not sure one of
That's Una, probably.
Okay, Zuna. Oh yeah, beautiful. I'm really on my priority list, and I hope I can go soon to meet these places. And it's in my wandering in one of the countries is on my list.
Okay, thank you, Massimo. Thank you. It's very kind of you to join us in this event, and I do hope we will talk again very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Now, I'd like to call Jan Klavera. I saw him somewhere in the screen. Jan is coming. Here he is. I think many people actually know Jan Klavera. He's been sort of a friend of Bosnia and Herzegovina and involved in several initiatives around here. He's responsible for development of successful biking tourism products in Slovenia, Trans-Slovenia, as well as for the development of the transnational biking products in Balkans, Transdinarka and the Bike Slovenia green product, which, as I understood, was awarded for being one of the best products in 2020 by Guardian and National Geographic. And congratulations for that, Jan. Jan is also manager of the biggest outdoor festival in Slovenia that some of us have most probably heard of, Socha Outdoor Festival, and has rich experience in development of outdoor tourism products, as well as in strategic planning of biking and hiking tourism. So I'm sure Jan's presentation about the adventure tourism role or significance for the upcoming post-COVID period will be of interest to all. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having me here. So I am, like you mentioned already, I'm coming from a good place, and we have like two legs. One is the development leg. The other one is the leg is a tour operator that is selling what we developed. But we also developed Slovenia Green certification system for sustainability for the destinations, for suppliers, accommodations, and everyone for Slovenia Tourist Board. And we're also helping as an NGO, so as a development part, to other destinations to develop their own sustainable certification systems, like Estonia, and at the moment also Bosnia. We also try to create products for the others, or marketing or product strategies for the destinations. But as I say, we also have a tour operating company that offers sustainable outdoor products in between Alpe-Adria region, so it means Austria, Italy, mainly Slovenia, but also Croatia. I'd like just to start my presentation with a statement that tourism comes at a cost. We are the 5th most polluting industry. We contribute 12.5% to global warming. We create 35 million tons of solid waste each year, and 300 liters of fresh water per tourist is used per day. So we are a dirty industry, and as we all know, sometimes it's hard to change our behavior as a tourists, or our behavior as tourism workers, because we always are full of excuses like we don't have time, this is too expensive, others are worse than us, or it's just a greenwashing, I have no choice, etc. But the easiest way, and I think the most effective way, is to change our default habits, how we do things in our lives. There was a great study done by School of Economics in Slovenia by Ljubica Knežević, the professor over there. And they were researching those default habits. On average, 89% of all the rooms are cleaned every day in the hotels. But changing the default habit to change the notice on the hook, instead of please don't clean my room, to please clean my room, can change things significantly. If you do that, just by doing that, changing the notice on the hook, just 32% of all the rooms will be cleaned. And if you are thinking that, how much it means in terms of cost for a hotel, or in terms of the use of detergents or the water, it means a lot. And if everyone would change those small things, small default things that we do every day, and we don't even know it, lots of things can change it. The same is with, for instance, donation of the organs in everyday life. 0.5% of the people decided to donate their organs in Slovenia, because the default behavior is that you have to sign a special document to allow that. But if you change that, and the default option would be that you donate it, and just in case you sign the document, you do not donate it, lots of things can change. The same is with single-use plastic and things like that. So, in my opinion, the only default option for the future should be a sustainable tourism, a sustainable way. And I think crisis can encourage those trends, innovations. And as we all know, the sustainable tourism is the really important trend for the future. Everyone says that. And but it's not enough that we know the trends. We also have to implement them. So first step is that we know about it, that we internalize it, and then the second step is that we implementing it. Some nations are better than the others. For instance, there was a great research by another tourism faculty in Portorož in Slovenia. They were checking what are the differences between knowing and implementing the trends in tourism between Slovenian and Austrians. We were great at knowing the trends, better than the Austrians, but Austrians were better than implementation of it. So yeah, it's not enough just knowing it, we have to act. We have to act green, we have to act sustainable. What's the story of Green Slovenia? As we all know, I think at least most of you probably know that Slovenia is quite the leading country in terms of sustainable tourism. Because of its green philosophy. Slovenia is green by the default because of 60%, let's say, of Slovenia is covered by forest, because almost all Slovenians, we have our own gardens, we grow our own vegetable. So this garden from table for something is completely normal for us in Slovenia, and probably also here in Bosnia, because Slovenians, we are farmers. But we also act green. We as an NGO help to develop Slovenia Tourism, Tourist Board Green Scheme of Slovenia Tourism, in which all the destinations, suppliers, so accommodation, tour operators, gastronomy now, parks are involved. So everyone who wants to be sustainable, who wants to go to this path, comes to this green scheme of Slovenia Tourism. And then we also promote green. And I think this sustainable story in Slovenia helped us a lot to position ourselves quite well in the markets nowadays. But, you know, there always can be excuse, yeah, it takes time to do it. This is the map of Slovenia Green Family like a few years ago. So just a few destinations, just a few suppliers. But after a few years, this is the map now at the moment. So lots of destinations, lots of suppliers are in it. 2015, there were just 2 destinations that entered in Slovenia Green certification system. But now there are 57. And at the moment, 78 of all arrivals that are done in Slovenia are done in Slovenia green destinations. At the moment, we are just certifying a few more destinations, and they will be finished soon. More than 90% of all the arrivals will be done in Slovenian green destinations. Okay, but what about the product? We're all thinking, okay, people come into a destination because of the product, because of what they offer. So how do we create a sustainable product? Lots of those things have been said already today by Jack, Ibrahim, and Ray before. For me, it's important to create this sustainable cycle so that you create the product that doesn't affect negatively on the environment where it's going on, that affects positively on the local community, and it brings enough money for everyone involved, for the local community, for all the stakeholders, for all the supply chain in this product, and also enough money to further develop the product and market it. But when you are developing the product, I think it's also important that you make unique ones. So they diverse from all the others that are already there. There is no point to develop something that has been seen already a million times and do it the same way as the others are doing, because you would have to spend lots and lots and lots of money to promote it. So it's better to do something unique and find the way to the market. The easiest way how to do it is that the product is authentic. And the way how to do it, authentic products are that they are based on natural and cultural heritage of the destination, which is a sustainable way. It's also important that the products are interactive, so that you involve people in the product itself, so that they are not just a passive observer, that it is inspiring, so that basically your clients become your best ambassadors, since we all know that people are going to places where the other tourists are saying that it's nice, not where a destination or a business is saying that it's nice. And that it creates a positive experience for the people, so that they feel welcome in the destination, that the environment there is properly maintained, and that people, and that it's basically all the culture is properly that there is a proper interpretation of the culture, that it's there. I really enjoyed reading one article from Lonely Planet. The title of it's 9 Ways Tours and Adventures Will Be Different After COVID-19, because I think it summarizes all the trends really well. I especially liked it because it was done through the interviews of through the most important influential people in tourism nowadays. And they identified 9 ways. The first one is staying local. So it means that you target with your product also people from your country, in your case from Bosnia, in my case Slovenia, but not just our country. We have in Slovenia now we try to target markets that are 500 kilometers around Slovenia. So it means mainly all Europe. It's social distancing. So it means that we prepare programs that are also for smaller groups, that we try to fill out also the needs, individual needs. So we try to be flexible, as it was said already today. It's responsible travel. So it means that we include in our products family-run businesses, local food, authentic food, that wellness is an important I think trend. Lots of hotels in Slovenia now, in Ljubljana, for instance, are thinking to change their conference rooms into the wellness centers. The technology, not just for the accommodations, but also for the tour operators and travel agencies. For instance, the next one is also self-guided tours. I think self-guided tours used to be a trend already before, at least for our tour operator. We saw that. But through the new technology, I mean, it's easy to navigate nowadays. So using technology for offering our products to the market's impossible. But it's important because our products get more affordable for everyone. Sustainability generally as well, an important trend, as I said from the before, and spreading out, so not including just Mostar or Sarajevo in your case in the program, in the products. They're already too busy during the main season, but also other small towns and villages. I think perfect example, perfect products for that are for sure hiking and biking. We say that hikers and cyclists, we are hungry and slowly. We can't carry much in our rucksack backpacks. We have to we have to eat a lot. We are good customers because we spend a lot in terms of energy, and for sure in Slovenia, for instance, they realized that there are lots of new long distance hiking paths were born, and they were really successful, and they're really successful even now in COVID time and post-COVID time. Then it's also, and then health and safety, which was said already a lot before and will said also be in the future in this presentation, this conference. For me also, I would just like to mention here ATTA standards. They've done the health and safety standards for almost all the products that Bosnia is offering. Then the other article that I also really enjoyed was from booking.com, and two trends for me were interesting. One was relaxury. So the new luxury is actually relaxation. So when we are creating trends, we have to think about how people that will come will feel relaxed, that it's not going to be stressful, so they will enjoy it. And the other one, food for thoughts. It's only 35% of all the people who are in this survey said that they would like to eat more local food and even more outside than ever before. I think we are all sick of cooking for ourselves during this pandemic time. For the end, I would like to show one of our products. It's Bike Slovenia Green. We created it, we started creating it actually 2018. It's a cycling path that connects Kranjska Gora. It's at the top of Slovenia between Austrian and Italian border, and it goes down to Bled, Bohinj, through train to Soča Valley, and then wine regions of Brda, Vipavska Dolina, Karst, and then to Adriatic Sea. And when I was trying to sell this story to my friend Alex, who will be the next speaker, I was explaining him, this diversity, in 6 cycling days, you come from the Alps to the pre-Alps, then to Soča Valley, and then to the wine regions, 4 wine regions, and then to Adriatic Sea. Nobody in the world can offer that. At the end of my speech, I also mentioned, and it connects Slovenia green destinations. And he said, what? I said, yeah, it connects Slovenia green destinations, or sustainable destinations, the one who decided for that way. And he said, is it the first product in the world that connects those kind of information? So we started researching, and we found out, yeah, it was the first product in the world that connects just sustainable destinations. And he wrote just a small news about it in Lonely Planet. But suddenly, in a month's time, there are lots of media reporting about it. And as Alexandra said before, Guardian, National Geographic then mentioned it as one of the best products in the world for 2020. And because it was successful, we created last year Capitals Route, Bike Slovenia Capitals Route, the same thing, just that it connects Ljubljana as the cultural capital, and the urban capital of Slovenia, then Kočevsko as the natural capital. Because of the virgin forest, we have there a huge density of brown bears, etc. And then Bela Krajina is the cultural capital. And again, because of this concept, it was well accepted with different media like Lonely Planet, Condé Nast Travel. And because this year Slovenia is the gastronomic region of Europe, we decided to create a new one, Gourmet Route, which will start creating, I think, now in May. But we didn't want that it stays just that it connects Slovenia green destination, because it's quite okay. It would be a greenwashing, So we decided really to do something about it, something in addition to do it. So we calculated the carbon footprint of it, and it was 200 kilograms of carbon footprint per person per this tour, the first one, 7 days tour. But if you compare that to the flight from New York to London, then to Venice or Ljubljana, it's 10 times more. So we decided to compensate this carbon footprint, and right now at the moment we'll finish this compensation system. So we as a company will compensate carbon footprint of the tour, and we'll ask our clients to compensate to their transportation to the destination. 75% of all the carbon footprint is because of transportation. 40% of that is air, 32 is cars, 3 all the rest like ships, train, buses, whatever. 21% are accommodations, and all 4 or 3% is all the other activities in tourism. So whenever you are thinking about creating sustainable product and you want to be sustainable, really focus on mobility. And that's why in these Bike Slovenia Green routes, we are using only bicycle and train for the mobility. This is also one thing. We do not use disposable plastic. For instance, one of the measures here is that we use water bottle. Everyone gets water bottle when it comes to Slovenia, and we mark it really well where you can fulfill the bottles even outside the towns and villages that you pass, because water in Slovenia is drinkable anyway. So why buying a plastic bottle if you can drink it anywhere from the tap? We also try to include, whenever it's possible, family-run certified providers wherever it's possible. We try to include authentic boutique experiences. For instance, in Bled, why offering island or castle in Bled? Because they are already too busy during the season, basically during all year. Well, rather to include this beekeeper who has a really good story over there, or some wineries or stonemason that we visit, or whoever it is that really represents the green DNA, so the green story of that destination that we visit. And at the end, we also developed the code of conduct for all the stakeholders, for the visitor, for accommodations, for the guides, for the drivers, for everyone. And all of them gets it before they start the tour. This is just the example of few tips for responsible cycling, so code of conduct for people who go to the sites for Bike Slovenia Green. And the thing to sum up, I think my presentation, it's not enough just to say that cycling or hiking or whatever adventure sport is default, it's by default sustainable. I think we really have to act and think about it, how to be even more sustainable, how to go this path, because this is for sure the most important trend for the future, and you have to step on this path. And like, as Ray said, you have to keep you have to keep your passion for it. Otherwise there is no point. So thanks.
Thank you, Jan, very much. I think everybody heard about Slovenia Green. I think recently it was awarded as the best either sustainable or green destination in the world or something like that. And taking into account all the researches and studies coming out now about the COVID effect on psychological state of people, I think everybody will go much more green in the future. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for inviting me. Bye.
See you. Now I'm going to switch to our local language, because we're going to have our first, no, sorry, it's Alex Krevar that I will be speaking to us. Alex is a long time journalist, travel journalist, working for different publications and being a regular contributor to New York Times. He also works as a media consultant and is a member of Transformational Travel Council. So he's deeply involved with the tourism, although journalist by profession. He also advises tourism organizations, does guest lectures at different universities, and something that he will talk about today, teaches storytelling workshops to tourism professionals in developing destinations. So Alex will tell us a bit more about the place that storytelling has in the tourism industry, and why it is important actually to take ownership, or to keep local ownership of the prevailing narratives. Alex, thank you for joining us, and please go ahead.
My pleasure, and thank you very much for having me. And I'm going to share my screen now. I assume that is something that I'll be able to do. Let me see here. All righty.
Yeah, we see it now. Mm-hmm.
Super. So I'll just go straight into it. And taking back the narrative, the connection between tourism, storytelling, development, and promotion is what we will be speaking about, or what I'll be speaking about today. And as Alexandra said, I'm Alex Kravar, and I'm a responsible tourism advocate. I'm a consultant who will be participating in the USAID Turizam project that we're speaking about here today. But I'm also a longtime journalist for more than 20 years, working for a handful of publications, and many of the stories have been about Bosnia over the years. In fact, my first real travel stories happened in Bosnia. I can largely thank Bosnia for whatever it is that looks like a career, I guess, however one wants to define whatever it is that I do. But I think the important thing to do from the beginning here, though, first is to define storytelling, because I feel like this word becomes this almost fluffy thing that people, it sounds like you're sitting down with a book with a bunch of little kids telling a story about some enchanted fairy tale land. That's not what I'm talking about here. Storytelling is, in my estimation, as somebody who works with development in different tourism destinations, the most important single aspect of tourism development, of the tourism process. And I'm not purposely being dramatic when I say this. I'm going to say it again. I think it is the most important part of the tourism process. So the definition of storytelling, which I haven't seen other places, this is my definition, but this is what I base the work that I do on. It's the narrative shared with the world that best represents a destination based on healthy, responsible community strengths. Community strengths is the important part of that phrase. So I know that people are often advised that they should incorporate some kind of story into their tourism products. They should, but that is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about what is the foundation of a destination's tourism. What is the foundation of their market? So today's presentation, we'll talk about how a destination creates and controls their own narrative. That is real sustainability. We often talk about sustainability. It's become a buzzword. It's too often used. It's lost a lot of its power. But the part of sustainability that I feel like we almost never talk about is the real sustainability of being able to promote and market yourself. Not have others, not have foreigners do it for you, but do it yourself. This closes the loop on the process of tourism development and promotion. If you just develop something and then have somebody else promote it for you, you will never be in control of your own tourism loop, and you will never truly be sustainable. Again, that is worth repeating. If you don't control the loop, all the projects in the world won't allow you to be sustainable. I'm very proud to be a part of this project and to be working with many of the people here as I have for many years, but I think that we need to be clear from the beginning what's at stake here. This project won't succeed unless the country itself is confident in itself. With or without the validation of foreigners or any other project or any other foreign organization. So storytelling is the first step, regardless of what kind of tourism we're talking about. Whether we want to talk about the nuance of adventure or outdoor or cultural, it doesn't make any difference. Talking about the story that is the best narrative that promotes a community's natural strengths, natural meaning cultural or environmental, is the first necessary step. So within this presentation, I'll also talk about responsible development, which is a product of storytelling. Talk about promotion, which is also a product of storytelling. And I want to repeat that a project's success is based on and should be judged by a destination's confidence at the end of the project, not on the validation of foreigners that this place has value. It is not up to foreigners to decide whether or not Bosnia has value. It is up to Bosnians to decide that. So when folks are able to validate from within, instead of validating because of some commercial pressure or some kind of project pressure, then there's success. It takes faith, and I'm not talking about religious faith, I'm talking about belief in oneself, to really believe in this process, to believe that everything that a place has, it already naturally has. It doesn't need to get it from anybody else's development. Bosnia already has all the tools it will ever need to be a successful tourism destination. That's not something that a foreigner needed to tell Bosnia it had. It's something that Bosnia had because of Bosnians' great-great-great-grandparents. They already put in the hard work of creating the culture and living on this piece of land so that people who live there today have everything they need. They have all the tools they need to actually be successful in the future. And then the final thing I'll talk about is the journalism mentorship that will be a part of this project as we move forward. Everything, can I still be heard normally? Is everything
Yes.
cool?
Yes, yes.
Fall into a zone. So, you know, this is the algorithm that most tourism works with, and that it's the old-fashioned algorithm that most tourism has worked with, and frankly is still being worked with in most tourism projects and development. Development starts, and then it's promoted, and then everybody hopes for success. Frankly, there's way too much work, time, and money at stake for this to be the equation. And we're not just talking about, we hope that tourism in Bosnia works out because we want to develop an industry. People's lives are at stake here. The people who are actually leading tours and providing this information for people who are coming to Bosnia are trying to make a living from this. They're feeding their families from this. This is more than just simply, I hope this project works out. There has to be more than we hope for success. So this is, in reality, this should at least be where we meet in the middle here. And that is that development plus promotion based in storytelling creates the likelihood for success. That's where we should at least be. This is where I like to live. Storytelling first. Let's not start with development because somebody else is telling somebody that they should be developing in a certain way. What is it that you do well, that you have done well for hundreds and hundreds of years? Then we start with then we go to development. Then the promotion is already halfway done because we've started with storytelling. Then success is inevitable. And that's not just an empty promise, oh, the American is telling us that if we do this, success is inevitable. No. If you are successful at telling your story and you're comfortable with the image that you are providing with the world, not some foreigner who came to Sarajevo for one time and wrote about the war, but you as a country are comfortable with this. If that's where you're starting from, it really doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, because we all know that Bosnia is fantastic. We all know that the villages are great. We all know all the cliches about Bosnia. The food is super. People love coffee. Locals are friendly, blah, blah, blah. The fact of the matter is it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It matters what Bosnians think. People are always attracted to confidence. Bosnia has a ton of confidence. They're funny, classically intelligent, love to be around other people. But it doesn't matter if other people believe that. It matters if Bosnians understand that that is their strength and work from that position first, instead of working for hoping that foreigners like what we have to offer. So my approach is that, and this is not something that most folks want to say, tourists are not the kings and queens of this equation. They happen to show up, great, love it, but they're not the kings and queens of this equation. Consumer first model will always eventually fail. You may be sitting on top of a good trend right now, but when the trend fails, if it is based on other people's validation instead of validation from within, it will always fail because you can't always be trendy. Popularity contests are cheap. And as soon as folks want to, they will move on to the next trendy place. Real authenticity starts with treating locals first as the most important client in this equation, not foreigners. Storytelling is development. It's not that we develop and then let's come up with a cute story. Storytelling is development. If you believe in your own value first and respect the inheritance that you've been given by your great-great-grandparents, you can't fail because it is your story. No one can tell anyone that they're not a perfect version of themselves. Just as simple as that. So before we even start developing tours, we need to get to a sincere amount of self-definition and soul searching here. Speaking specifically about this project, not just about, hey, we should be living in a world where everybody's confident in themselves. Yes, we should, but I'm talking specifically about before we even start developing anything, we need to get to that place where we believe in ourselves. The fact that no amount of development in the world will mean anything if folks who are implementing these products and promoting the industry aren't able to do so for fundamental reasons, fundamental within themselves reasons. So the steps of the process. Like any good journalism, begin with a story-worthy idea. Start there. The narrative must ring true for you and your community. The hard work is in crafting this narrative. You are the writer. You are the travel journalist. You are the creator. You don't need some person like me, a foreigner, coming to Bosnia to write stories about Bosnia to already know that the things that you have to offer are incredibly valuable. They are everything that's needed to succeed. I've worked with a lot of folks in this kind of arena concerning this kind of development, and almost always the obstacle is that folks are trying to impress visitors with what they believe are the trendy things that visitors want. I'm going to say it like I say it in every workshop that I ever give. People want to see your grandmother making bread. You don't hide that. You bring that to the front. We're lucky because Bosnia is a perfect example and a perfect model for the tourism world moving forward. In the past, people wanted these kind of artificial amount of comfort, come through on bus tours, see things briefly and then leave. Everybody wanted to be comfortable. They wanted to see things for a minute, but then they wanted to go. People don't want that anymore. They want the real thing. And Bosnia is loaded with the real thing. So again, I'm not speaking about general, I am speaking about tourism generally, but I am speaking specifically about this project when I speak about these things. Because your culture is singular, you can't fail. And you're, in this case, meaning Bosnia, but this is true for everyone. Trust in your creativity. One of my favorite quotes is, inspiration is for amateurs. A strike of lightning isn't going to hit somebody in the head and have them suddenly realize why Bosnia is a great place for storytelling. That happens because you put in the hard work and work to actually create the stories, find what it is that makes Bosnia interesting, and then move from that. It's not going to just come out of the blue. Suddenly, some people get this mystical lightning bolt and some people don't. You get it because you work hard. You have to ask yourself in this situation, when you're creating a story, would my neighbors be proud of the story that I am telling others? Not, does this make the most money for this year, but will this story be the one that my neighbors would be proud to say is representing Bosnia into the future? If you can say that, then you're probably moving in the right direction with what you're offering. I'm going to play a very brief video. You know, years ago, maybe 15 years ago now, we started talking about the Via Donatica and what it was, could possibly be connecting the different aspects of throughout the Balkans, the different villages, different mountains. It was based on the Via Alpina. that was a trail that crossed all 8 countries of the Alps. What I love about the Via Nautica is that we have all sweated a lot of blood and tears from this thing. We have all been around it from the beginning, from the early mid-2000s all the way until now. It's been through a lot of incarnations. It's been through a lot of projects. But what I always love about the Via Nautica isn't just the mountains. It's not the culture. It's none of that stuff. From the beginning, we all had a fundamental faith in the fact that it represented Bosnia without caring who cared. It was something that represented the culture and the places here without having to try to impress foreigners. It simply represented without caring that somebody else needed to validate the region. So I'm gonna play this briefly and then move on. Can that be heard?
Yes.
The mountains here are much wilder than the mountains in the rest of Europe. They're still as hard to navigate and to hike this as it is to hike 500 meters higher. Being here, you really are, it's you and the elements and what you can navigate here. A lot of places you go, there are peaks and they look down onto flats. Here, because it's karst mountains, it looks down into big holes. This is exactly the reason why people should be able to do the Nautica. Hiking is tough, but excellent, well marked. The culture is amazing. It's completely different than anything that anybody else has probably seen. Absolutely epic hiking.
So to move through this in the way of something like a conclusion, I'll go through the last few slides and talk about an integrated story first process. And to summarize this, it serves the destination first. I know that that doesn't go exactly in parallel with what a lot of folks will say, but I know in my heart that if it doesn't serve the destination first, it will eventually go out of style. If it serves the destination first, it will never go out of date because it will be serving the place that it was meant to serve. COVID makes this very clear. When the bottom dropped out of a lot of the industry, it was because everybody was basing what they did on somebody else's validation. It was based on the fact that somebody else needed to come to our place, some influencer, some whoever needed to come and tell us that what we were doing was correct. But that's not the way the world works. You won't always have somebody coming to tell you that what you're doing is correct. Countries are like people. People need validation, but if they're confident in themselves, they're not so needy for having other people tell them they're great. They just believe in what they have from the beginning. So it goes beyond just checking off deliverables here. It's going to take extraordinary people doing exceptional things to bring this situation to Bosnia in the right way. And that needs to be repeated. It's not going to be just because something happened here, some people showed up, a couple of stories were written about Bosnia. Exceptional people doing extraordinary things are what's necessary. You can't just check off deliverables. Some people are going to have to work overtime to do the right kind of promotion, do the right kind of storytelling, do the right kind of caring about the community first for this to eventually be successful, not next year, but for 20 years into the future and beyond. That achieves the realness that we keep talking about. We keep saying things like authentic. Those are just buzzwords unless they actually have meaning. So Jan mentioned this before, Bike Slovenia Green. He was being awfully modest. This is a hell of a great product. Bosnia could easily replicate this. And in fact, part of the reason that Jan is here is because he's going to help that process happen. But it wasn't just Lonely Planet and National Geographic that liked this. Bicycling Magazine, which is, you know, arguably the biggest bicycle magazine on the planet, also wrote a feature about it. What I love about this example is that it's simple. In the same way that I love the Via Nautica. It starts one place, it ends another place, and it combines a lot of stuff in the middle. You don't need to do much to explain to an editor why that's a good story. If you add to it the fact that all of the destinations along the trail are green, then you really do have something that's special. Another example here is the Eurovelo network, which some of the folks here are also familiar with. Again, a unified and simple story. There are 5 different trails that run through the Balkans, 5 different routes from the Eurovelo that run through the Balkans. The Eurovelo 6, 9, 8, 9, 11, and 13. But what I love about this is that the Eurovelo network and the villages along it, they're both proud, they're doing authentic work to bring people to the villages, and they're unconcerned about whether anybody else likes it. If foreigners come on the Eurovelo routes, great. If they don't, and it's only locals, super. But they do it first for the locals, and I love that. The journalism mentorship, which we will put into practice sometime during this project, is through the Transformational Travel Council. And what it does is it pairs aspiring travel writers in Bosnia with experienced journalists who are already part of the TTC, the Transformational Travel Council. One of my fundamental beliefs, and most of you have heard me talk about this on many occasions, is we have to also deal with the sustainability of training local journalists to cover their own stories. We don't need to be waiting on foreigners to cover these stories in order to guarantee success. We have to close the loop. By increasing the number of travel journalists, and Bosnians speak and write English basically as well as I do, frankly. And we have internet today, so you can communicate with any editor in the world. There's no reason that foreigners only are covering stories in Bosnia. So I also want to train folks, help them, empower them to believe that this is not a mystical process. Come up with a good story, cover the story yourself, and then bring it home to the rest of the world without having to rely on other people doing the work for them. This mentorship, again, Alexandra is going to share my contact information. I'm available to anybody, anytime. Anybody who's on this phone call knows this. I work around the clock. Email me, call me day or night. We can talk about what this means and how to get involved with this process. You know, I'll just end by saying this, that, you know, telling your own story takes a lot of confidence. It takes a lot of, I'm gonna end this share screen. Oh, you've already ended it for me, thank you. It takes a lot of confidence, and it takes a lot of self-awareness to step outside the consumer-based model. But when that's achieved, it's permanent. It's something that can't be taken away from you. It's not a trend. So I really look forward to anybody who wants to communicate. I'm an open book. I'm very happy to work and brainstorm and to learn. I mean, you know, I have as much to learn as anybody else. I don't have all the answers, that's for sure. But you know, I do have confidence in Bosnia, and I have confidence that through brainstorming and work, we can do it together.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for having confidence in us and for this so energetic presentation with all the gestures, and, you know, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think, I'm not sure if Ibrahim is with us. He indicated he had one question.
I'm here.
So do you want to ask that question? Or?
I do, one or two, if you give me the time. But we'll do it quick. Alex.
It doesn't get too personal. I mean, you know, my dating life is off the table.
Okay, let me do it personal and say, why don't you come, our invitation, and let's make your idea a reality of training. So I guess offline we'll move into the kind of the scheduling part, but for the folks on the call, I would say you're coming, and we need to start working on with journalists to tell this story, domestic tourism as well as telling the story abroad. Something else that this destination needs, we're discovering, is that there is absolutely wonderful assets, but the story is not being told to the world either visually or in writing. And so we need content. We need content creation, a great deal of investment on that. But big question I have for you, because you spoke about National Geographic and New York Times and others. What are the top 2-3 themes we should focus on right now that would resonate with not just the market, but would resonate with these platforms and publications that maybe we can prioritize in the immediate period?
Well, I mean, obviously that's the, as they say, the $1 million question, but I'll start by answering it with the fact that obviously we have to tailor what it is that we're doing for publications. That is part of the process. But I think it is also, again, I want to repeat it, it's important for folks to be confident in what they do themselves. So we get into such a, myself included, we get into such a rut of believing that foreigners somehow hold more answers than we do about ourselves. And that always serves us poorly. But I'll just say, to me, the trends that are happening now with this project and with Bosnia generally are a few things. First, the idea of Bosnia getting on the track to go green is huge. Right. Because very few countries have actually made that part of their strategy. So not everything has to get to the end of its completion of its cycle to start covering and promoting it. I also think a lot of weak spots for projects is the fact that we develop something and then we wait to the end and then we quickly try to promote it because we need to show the success to the people above us. We can promote and develop and create the stories all at the same time. Right. So the green is a great example. This could all be happening in conjunction. We don't have to wait for Bosnia to be green to start promoting the fact that we're on the road to being green. That already is a great story. So for big publications, for a story that has both a news hook, as we say in the business, a news peg, plus has a timely aspect, Bosnia being on a green path and also being something like, Bosnia is like a giant nature park anyway. So right. Being on a green path and saying, we have Transdanatica cycling route, we have Via Danatica hiking route, we have villages that are on all of these places, and we're on the path to becoming green. I mean, Lord, what a great group of story ideas.
Okay, well, before Alexander cut me off, he has the right to, I would say, do you think we're close to getting some, or can you identify some intrepid journalists who are willing to come, that we can host them and give them an immersive experience so they can write about? So we don't want people just writing. We want them to come, experience, ride the bike, eat the food, meet the people, and end up writing on this. And what does it take for us to get ahead of other destinations? Do this as fast, as soon as we can, so that people can feel the hospitality here and experience the product and write about it as we are headed into the recovery phase. I know we're still, destinations aren't fully open, but we want to position ourselves now with telling good news stories about Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we want that in electronic media as well as your ordinary kind of mainstream media.
Well, this is obviously a question that we'll be talking about into the distant future, you and I, over a lot of rakia. So, you know, it's hard to answer this quickly with Alexandra ready to pull.
Pretend you have a buzz already.
But I'll just say this, with all due respect, Bosnia has long already been ready to do that stuff. And also because I was also part of the REG project that was here for the 5 years previous, and it was part of a project previous. The Via Nautica started, you know, before even that project. So Bosnia, we're not starting from ground zero. I think to some degree, it's a little bit of a shame that we constantly have to be at a place where we're kind of getting back to ground zero.
I'm not talking about this story. I'm talking about, can we get a group of 5, 10 journalists, and who may they be? Is this possible now? Or are they as scared as the ordinary traveler? Or can we find intrepid ones? You're willing to come. Can we find more like you?
Well, I'm willing to come, but I live there. I think that, yes, of course, there are plenty of, when COVID allows this to happen, Bosnia, you don't need to be that brave to come to Bosnia. I mean, it doesn't take that much to drink a coffee in Barsharsha and hike a few mountains. We have more than enough folks and contacts to answer the question directly. We have more than enough folks, contacts, excellent journalists who work for big publications as big as I work for and bigger, who will be ready to come tomorrow, because this is a great story. Bosnia is the poster of the next phase of tourism. Green, natural, and believes in itself. Absolutely. I can't wait for us to bring journalists. As soon as COVID allows it, we will be able to bring whoever we want. I'm sure of that.
Okay, add that to the agenda. Let's work on it. Very good. Alexandra, back to you.
Thank you both.
Thanks for the questions, Ibrahim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are moving to our first panel session. We are a bit behind the schedule, but I think it's okay. Nobody will mind. So I'm going to switch to our local language, and for internationals, you can use interpretation button to get the English interpretation. Dobar dan. Sad se počinjemo sa prvim našim panelom. Nećemo na engleskom, s obzirom da su sve naši gosti koje ja pretpostavljam većina vrlo dobro zna, ali ćemo ih zbog protokola predstaviti. Danas sa nama Marko Sarić, licencirani instruktor za planinarske penjače, član ovog planinarskog društva Klekovača koji ima objekte i radi, da tako kažem, aktivan je unutar Nacionalnog parka Kozara, a Marko lično je intenzivno uključen u aktivnosti koje zadnjih par godina Nacionalni park poduzima na obogaćivanju svoje ponude posjetiocima Nacionalnog parka. Čiri Žuber, I think, je pionir ovog održivog turizma u Bosni i Hercegovini, pretpostavljam isto tako da ga svi znaju. Već decenijama vodi agenciju Green Visions. Jedan je od najčešćih partnera međunarodnim turoperatorima koji rade u Bosni i Hercegovini, tako da ćemo Čirija moći čuti isto vjerovatno jako korisnih stvari. Igor Vukić, predsjednik penjačkog kluba Extreme, jedan od osnivača Balkan Colorsa, poznati i u BiH, učestvovao i vodio opremanje blizu 100 penjačkih staza u cijeloj Bosni i Hercegovini, nekoliko vrlo zanimljivih projekata uradio, učestvovao u pripremi i objavljivanju prvog vodiča za penjače u Bosni i Hercegovini koji se može naći u nekoliko evropskih država sada, i jedan je od osnivača već poznatog Drill and Chill festivala. Nedavno je, Igore, čestitam, čula sam da si dobio nagradu od grada Banja Luka za promociju penjanja.
Penjački klub, ne Igor, ali penjački klub.
Pa dobro, to je to. I Boro, naravno da najbolje je bilo da sam kažem Boro iz Pecke, ali evo, Boro je jedan od osnivača i pogonska snaga u stvari i za sada već centra za posjetioce Pecka, koji je zajedno sa svojim prijateljima, kolegama, saradnicima napravio od bukvalno porušene, nekad napuštene škole koju sam ja recimo i lično imala priliku da vidim. To je sad jedno vrlo atraktivno mjesto, vidim zadnjih par godina sve popularnije i popularnije, tako da ćemo sad sa njima malo porazgovarati o onome šta svako od njih nudi u stvari. Evo, Boro, možemo početi od tebe i od Pecke u stvari. Šta je to što recimo prosječan posjetilac danas ako dođe u Pecku može dobiti, vidjeti, čuti?
Hvala Aleksandra, hvala na pozivu, hvala svim učesnicima, panelistima, zbilja sam uživao, mislim svako ko živi outdoor i ko živi ovo, bilo mu je sigurno interesantno. Čuli smo brojne sjajne savjete iskusnih ljudi, progovorilo iskustvo iz njih, mi nažalost nemamo takvo iskustva, a radimo nekako na osjećaj, mislim da imamo dobar osjećaj i dosta tih stvari, sad sam vidio da u stvari radimo ispravno i da radimo u istom pravcu, onako kako bi trebalo. Ja moram zamoliti, slušali smo dosta ljudi, mislim da ovo je jako važno, jer ovo uključuje i naše partnere sa kojima sarađujemo. Ja imam jednu prezentaciju, treba mi nekih 6-7 minuta, ali mislim da ću pokušati uključiti sve i objediniti sve ovo što smo čuli na jednom primjeru iz Bosne i Hercegovine.
Hvala, Bora.
Samo da nađem dijeljenje. Evo ga. Dakle, mi smo organizacija Greenways koja je prije 6 godina došla u selo Pecka i pokušavamo da radimo na pretvaranju lokacije u destinaciju. Pecka se nalazi između Sarajeva i Splita, otprilike na nekih 170 km od jednog i od drugog. Najbliži veći grad je Banja Luka, jako bogato i veoma potentno područje što se tiče prirode i atrakcija, ali smo u selu prepoznali jedan stari objekat, u stvari osnovna škola koja ove godine slavi 90 godina od kako je izgrađena i do 85. služila je nastavi, prosvjeti, međutim poslije su se ljudi raselili iz ovog sela, nekad je bilo 2500 stanovnika, sad ih je manje od 100, oni su se raselili, a ta škola je prepuštena svima, bila je svačija, bila je ničija i bila je potpuno devastirana. 2014. kad smo ušli, zaista nije ličila ni na što. Potom smo u nekoliko godina, step by step, uradili jednu potpunu rekonstrukciju koja je bila nužna za ovaj prostor koji je imao ogroman potencijal i mogli smo napraviti jednu jako veliku udobnu kuću za sve i to smo radili godinama strpljivo i sekundu samo da se prebacim i sad taj centar može da prihvati oko 30 ljudi na spavanju, imamo veliku trpezariju, prostor za edukaciju. To nam je bilo jako važno da sačuvamo taj osnovni karakter koji je imao taj objekat, edukacija, samo što smo sada bavimo se savremenim temama i privukli smo jako puno ljudi. Već kad smo startovali, kad smo otvorili ta vrata centra, došlo jako puno ljudi i jako puno djece. Ja za djecom su došli roditelji. Ponudili smo nešto jako jednostavno, nešto u čemu ovi ljudi uživaju već čitav život. Imamo nekoliko starosjedilaca koji imaju preko 100 godina i koji nikad nisu otišli iz ovog sela i pokušali smo tu njihovu energiju i taj njihov smisao da predstavimo i drugim ljudima. Međutim, to je prilično desila senilizacija, ostali su jako stari ljudi na selu i ne mogu da riješi neke obične svakodnevne probleme kao što je odvoz smeća. Radili smo u zadnje vrijeme na tome, sad imamo organizovan odvoz smeća, a radimo akcije i radit ćemo ih još na čišćenju cijelog sela. U blizini ovog sela, u samom selu stvar nalazi se penjalište Pecka, o njemu ću nešto reći kasnije, i izvori rijeke Sanje. Znači, imali smo dvije tačke koje su nas privukle i htjeli smo da sa ovim visitor centrom budemo kao infocentar, jedan turistički centar koji pruža informacije. Naša opština nema turističku organizaciju. Htjeli smo samo da pružamo te informacije o atrakcijama koje se nalaze u blizini, u nekih 50-100 km oko sela Pecka, a onda su ljudi počeli da dolaze, međutim nisu imali nikakve uslove, nigdje da popiju kafu, da nešto pojedu, prespavaju i onda smo mi se pretvorili u hostel, iako to nismo željeli, mi smo se pretvorili u hostel i tako smo preživjeli, nismo imali projekat, ali tako smo stekli iskustvo i zaista bili u direktnom jednom kontaktu sa svim tim ljudima koji su dolazili, znamo sada njihove prohtjeve, želje, znamo šta nam nedostaje, otvaraju nam nove staze, oči nam otvaraju koliko je nešto važno, koliko je bitno i počeli smo da paralelno uz taj ugostiteljski dio da razvijamo samu destinaciju. Snimili smo mapu sela i sve što ima zanimljivo, atraktivno, sve jedno domaćinstvo koje može ponuditi bilo da je hrana u pitanju, neki suvenir ili neka usluga, ali isto tako i prirodne i kulturne atrakcije. Snimili smo 10 biciklističkih staza, trenutno radimo na snimanju pješačkih staza i radili smo dosta na označavanju, to je jako važno, selo je otprilike 10 sa 5 km, jako puno staza starih, mogu se ljudi dobiti, onda smo radili na označavanju, na izgradnji mobilijara, na primjer na izvorima Sane gdje nije bilo uopšte nikakvih ni nadstrešnica, klupa, stolova, ljudi počeli sami da uništavaju stabla, da sjeku, da bi se napravili sebi klupe i onda smo kroz jedan projekt došli do toga da imamo sada savršen mobilijar koji ćemo unaprijediti kroz Via Dinariku ove godine dodatno. Radili smo na razvoju i nabavljanju opreme, a jedan od najvažnijih proizvoda koje mi imamo kao centar i kao organizacija Greenways, koji se bavi svim, jeste škola gljivarstva. Vrlo važna nam je hrana, lokalna hrana, kažem, stanovništvo i populacija je prilično stara, ali još uvijek možemo naći nekoliko žena koje mogu da nam spreme. Također proizvodimo vlastitu hranu u vlastitoj bašti, naša djeca od prijatelja, kumova učestvuju u toj proizvodnji hrane. Nekoliko fotografija samo samog sela koje je potpuno autentično, nekako je bilo zavučeno, nije bilo na glavnom putu i nije se dešavalo nikakva velika urbanizacija, veliki razvoj. Uz kuće iz otomanskog perioda, drvene, kamene i slično. Djeca su nam jako važna da pokušamo ponovo napuniti to selo tom energijom koju nosi mladost i tim direktnim kontaktom sa životinjama, ali i sa mještanima. Ovo je dio atmosfere. Jako dobre stvari se tu dešavaju, ljudi se tako jednostavno opuste i onda smo kroz taj razvoj došli do ideje 2018. godine smo napravili prvi outdoor festival u Bosni i Hercegovini. Htjeli smo da objedinimo sve te aktivnosti koje imamo, koje možemo ponuditi u ovom selu u jedan festivalski program i 2 godine smo ga organizovali. I prošle godine, nažalost, nismo zbog situacije sa koronom, ali ne sumnjam da ćemo u budućnosti ponovo održavati, jer je jako važan, što donosi novi razvoj proizvoda, donosi puno na popularizaciji i promociji. Mi smo kao organizacija počeli da gradimo biciklističke staze kroz Bosnu i Hercegovinu kao sigurne staze gdje nema mina, gdje vode vas do izuzetnih atrakcija, prirodnih, kulturnih i do domaćina kod kojih se može prespavati. A evo 2018. smo imali jedan UCI maraton gdje su ljudi mogli dobiti međunarodne bodove i gdje festival u selu Pecka izgleda kao bilo gdje u Francuskoj ili Italiji, bilo je savršeno. Dalje aktivnosti koje smo ponudili jesu preživljavanje u prirodi, savršeno, vožnje biciklima, pješačenje, penjanje, sportske aktivnosti za djecu, jako bogat prateći program koji je davao taj festivalski duh. Sajam outdoor opreme smo također imali i ono što je jako važno, imali smo šareni market koji je pozvao sve mještane iz sela da donesu sav višak proizvoda svojih i da predstave na tom festivalu. Smatrali smo zvijezde i nismo prestali da sanjamo, nismo prestali da razvijamo dalje tu priču iz Pecke. I jedna od stvari koja je nama jako važna jeste samoodrživost. Kroz jednu crowdfunding kampanju prije 2 godine uspjeli smo skupiti novac za solarnu elektranu koju ćemo postaviti i ove godine stvari vrlo brzo radimo fasadu koja će ovaj naš objekat uklopiti u vizure i horizont kako bismo pokazali kako stvari, kakav je naš stav po pitanju i prirode i svega, taj veliki objekat pokušavamo da nestane u okruženju. 2021. razvijamo outdoor resort Pecka, znači gradimo sa privatnim investitorom 11 mobilnih kuća i restoran, jedna logistika za sve ovo što smo mi radili. Mi nismo željeli biti ugostitelji, ali znamo da je nužna ta logistika i da se ta stvar mora razviti. Tu smo napravili partnerstvo sa sjajnom kompanijom koja proizvodi ove kuće i sa kojom smo tek počeli da sarađujemo. Ovog ljeta imat ćemo negdje oko 50 kreveta u selu. Sa opštinom Mrkonjić grad kroz projekat for Business, radimo na razvoju nove infrastrukture i pod nazivom Petska Outdoor Experience Park. I tu gradimo nove stijene za penjanje, pump track, dječja igrališta, infrastrukturu, sređujemo mostovi, na primjer, na nekim mjestima se ne može preći rijeka, stari mostovi koji krpimo već 10 godina, sad pravimo nove mostove, vidikovce, nastresnice za penjače, sadržaje za djecu i slično. I ove godine kroz isti taj projekt pokušavamo da zaštitimo izvore Sane kao zaštićeni spomenik prirode i konkurisali smo, mislim da smo prvi prije 2,5 godine kad smo pisali u BiH za Green Destination. Trenutno smo u fazi sertifikacije, uključene su sve opštine za koje pokušavamo raditi sertifikaciju i potpisan je memorandum o saradnji, svi zajedno idemo u tom pravcu i to je nešto što nas raduje. I evo sad samo još da kažem, jedina promocija koju imamo baš aktivnu i svakodnevnu pričamo, te svakodnevne priče jeste na Facebooku, Instagramu i slično. Google, jako velika priča, jako velika posjeta, bez i $1 plaćenog, znači imamo sadržaj, istrajavamo u tome već 4-5 godina, svakodnevno minimum 1% održavamo taj kontakt i onda nas i Facebook pušta da dobacimo daleko. Evo, to je najbrže što sam mogao ispričati.
Hvala Boro. Hvala. Nisam znala da je sve to sad već u Petskoj, toliko toga da ima. Kasnije se možemo možda još vratiti na to da i drugi nešto kažu.
Izvinjavam se, kažem, ali mislim da je jako važno da...
Nije, hvala ti. Marko, ti su recimo u specifičnoj poziciji, planinarski vodič aktivan u planinarskom društvu koje je smješteno unutar nacionalnog parka. Možeš nam reći, znam da se angažovano zadnje vrijeme intenzivno na nekim projektima unutar nacionalnog parka i oko njega na obogaćivanju ponude. Možeš nam podijeliti s nama svoje impresije o sadržaju koji recimo nacionalni park nudi svojim posjetiteljima i šta vi kao planinarsko društvo u stvari može ponuditi nacionalnom parku, a da zadovolji i potrebe posjetitelja i vaše.
Dobar dan, Aleksandra, pozdrav svim kolegama. Prije svega hvala na pozivu da govorim danas ovdje i zaista mi je drago da je već par sati zaista slušamo jako dobra iskustva, jako dobre preporuke koje se nadam da će se moći ne baš tako brzo moći primijeniti ovdje, ali idemo ka tome svemu. Ja nadam se da ćemo uspjeti. Da, što se tiče, dakle ja sam sekretar planinarskog društva, a inače sam vodič, kao što si rekla. Dakle, mi jesmo u jednoj specifičnoj situaciji, a to jeste da najviše radimo na području nacionalnog parka Kozara, koji je sam po sebi specifičan. Dakle, kao i svaki nacionalni park, svoje raznolikoj flori i fauni, ali on ima upravo i taj dio vezan za istorijsko nasljeđe. Svima naravno poznato vezano za Drugi svjetski rat i Kozarsku epopeju. Dakle, mi kao vodiči naprosto moramo da budemo upoznati sa svim tim, dakle sa svim tim aspektima nacionalnog parka i zaista ljudi nailaze dakle mi u suštini nailazimo na veliko interesovanje ljudi i dobar feedback od njih poslije svega toga. Nacionalni park se u zadnjih nekoliko godina zaista trudi da poboljša svoju infrastrukturu, turističku infrastrukturu, gdje su zanavljani razni panoi sa informacijama, putokazi i tako dalje, radili su na samom marketingu. Ono što nekako meni možda najveći problem predstavlja, što smatram u stvari za problem, jeste kad je u pitanju to istorijsko nasljeđe. Naime, nekako, pazite, nalazimo se u 21. vijeku, tehnika i tehnologija je napredovala, a mi, kada je taj dio na Kozari u pitanju, nekako imamo samo njime fotografije, prazne zidove i tako dalje, dakle nemamo nekakvu interakciju. Danas kad uđete u bilo koji muzej, dakle taj muzej pod navodnicima komunicira s vama. Dakle, tu su razni videi, razni drugi način interakcije, da tako kažem. I to je nešto što smo mi sugerisali samom nacionalnom parku, gdje oni imaju u planu razvijanje nekoliko tih projekata vezano za to, dakle da unaprijedi upravo taj dio turističke ponude. Zatim, evo moram da kažem, malo apropo kolege Bore koji je prije mene govorio, dakle mi smo kao planinarsko društvo vrlo aktivno uključeni u život i rad samog nacionalnog parka, u smislu gdje smo evo nedavno prije nekih 15 dana sproveli jednu veliku akciju čišćenja, uređenja, gdje smo, nažalost, jako veliku količinu smeća morali izvukli iz tog nacionalnog parka. To je nešto na što ljudi, pogotovo ovih zadnjih godinu dana, neko je spomenuo korona party, dakle, evo, naprosto imali smo taj korona party na Kozari, nekako ljudi su poželjeli da borave u prirodi, a vjerujte, mi smo onda nekako i poželjeli da oni ne žele da budu u prirodi, jer su toliko svojih nekakvih loših tragova ostavljali. Naravno, mi smo to sve čistili, kupili, nosili i tako dalje, ali mora se ipak malo na svijest poraditi kada je to u pitanju. Pitala si, dakle, šta mi kao planinari, šta mi kao članovi društva možemo da uradimo. Pa evo upravo ovo sad što sam rekao je jedan segment toga, dakle, kako mi možemo da aktivno učestvujemo. Nisu to samo ove akcije ekološke, mi održavamo planinarske staze. Na Kozari ima negdje oko 640 km uređenih planinarskih staza. Ne održava to samo planinarsko društvo, održava i sam nacionalni park i još neka planinarska društva koja gravitiraju na Kozari. Pored tih staza, naravno, i tu signalizaciju koja se tu nalazi. Radimo na promociji. Također, mi smo i prvi koji su, evo to Igor kasnije može i potvrditi, on će to na kraju krajeva i bolje zna, postoji jako veliki broj smjerova, penjačkih smjerova na Kozari, a recimo prvi smjer prije nekih 15 godina smo mi uradili, dakle mi planinari iz Klekovače, i tako u suštini ta cijela priča je počela. Naravno, evo Igor i ekipa su to još usavršili i dovodili ljude i organizovali svašta nešto, tako da to dosta funkcioniše. Dakle, radimo po tom pitanju. Tako da, puno se toga radi, veliki.
Prekida veza malo, Marko. Ništa. Ajde, nastavit ćemo, popravit će se valjda do sljedećeg. Igore, čujemo.
Evo, ne znam šta je bilo.
Nema veze. Evo, Igore, ti zajedno s kolegama pokrenuo jedan vrlo neobičan festival Drill and Chills koji je postao u kratkom periodu popularan. Prošlu godinu zbog korone nije održan. Možeš nam objasniti prilike zbog čega ste ga u stvari pokrenuli? Šta vas je rukovodilo? Šta ste htjeli postići pokretanjem tog festivala?
Naravno, govorit ću, pozdrav tebi, Aleksandra, i svim ovdje učesnicima na konferenciji. Evo, međuvremenu ja ću podijeliti ovaj video da ide u pozadini, malo da oni koji nisu upoznati sa festivalom, da malo steknu osjećaj o čemu se tu radi. Festival smo osnovali tako što vrlo često smo se vozili kroz kanjon tijesno i vidjeli smo taj njegov ogromni potencijal sa tim visokim stijenama i velikim potencijalom za razvoj penjanja i nekih drugih aktivnosti u vezi stijena, tako da tuda smo često prolazili i uvidjeli smo taj potencijal, međutim nismo imali dovoljno resursa, obzirom da malu penjačku zajednicu koja postoji ovdje u BiH, nismo imali dovoljno resursa da to sami uradimo, pa smo došli na ideju da organizujemo festival koji bi bio nekog radnog karaktera, gdje bi učesnici dolazili iz svih zemalja okruženja, ali i iz čitave Evrope, i gdje bi oni tokom 10 dana boravka na festivalu zajedno sa nama razvijali nova penjališta, a pored toga učestvovali na raznim edukacijama koje organizujemo u toku samog festivala. Dakle, festival je jedna, da kažem, spoj odmora, ali opet s druge strane i rada, i edukacije, i druženja, i da kažem, festival je odlično prošao kroz svih učesnika, oni se vrlo često vraćaju i da kažem, u zadnje 2 godine ograničavamo broj mjesta i vrlo brzo se ta mjesta kroz dan, dva budu rezervacije sve popunjene i zaista na dobrom je glasu. Izvini samo, Aleksandra, mislim da te ne čujem.
now, probably, is it better now? Yeah. Hvala, Igore. Shiri, I will switch to English. I think it's easier for you to speak in English. So as the most experienced one in this panel session and the pioneer in a sustainable tourism, leading Green Vision that has most experience with international tour operators, I heard that you also moved to a new location recently, that now Green Vision is mostly working from Visočica mountain. So can you also please briefly give us a sort of a verbal presentation about what Green Vision is doing and which direction it's taking now?
Yes, hi everyone. Yes, I'll do it in English. I can do it in Bosnian as well, but we'll do it in English. I, as one of the people who started Green Visions with a couple of friends and from Bosnia and from abroad, it's been 20 years now that we've started with our outdoor adventure company, and in those 20 years we've seen lots of changes, lots of projects, plus COVID. And as a result of COVID, where we had maybe 1,000, 200, 300 guests coming for about 8 days each year, we went to during COVID period to 6 coming for 1 day. So we can see the big change. And with how things have gone, you move with the times. We never lack ideas, and we started in November together with the Mountaineer Association, Pere Treskavica. We started running and managing the hut Vrelo in a new, modern, or let's say new, interesting way. I was very surprised to see Boro's presentation. It's a beautiful place, and there's lots of similarities. Is what we're trying to achieve. So yes, so this is Green Vision's 20 years, and yeah, we have lots and lots of experience. I would love also just to mention, a lot of the things that Raj, Jack, Alex mentioned in their presentations. I can't agree to more of them, but maybe Alexandra, we can go into some of the questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Chiri. Igore, obično ljudi kad razgovara se sa njima pa se spomenu penjači kao posjetioce, bez obzira da li se radi o domaćim i stranim, odmahnu rukom kao to je posebna grupa, domaće stanovništvo nema puno sa njima ni kontakta, oni dođu, popnu se, odu. Možeš nam ti reći iz tvog iskustva, je li to istina u stvari i da li postoji, jeste vi imali u svom radu priliku da sa domaćim stanovništvom uspostavite neki kontakt, saradnju, da ih uključite na neki način?
Pa da, u suštini da. Te sve naše stijene na kojima se penjemo obično su nekim tako ruralnim krajevima gdje su u blizini nekih sela i tako dalje, tako da mi vrlo često i obiđemo ta sela ili odemo da kupimo neke domaće proizvode ili jednostavno da prošetamo. To možda na prvu ruku, da kažem, djeluje tako da su penjači nevidljivi, jel? Za lokalne zajednice, međutim iz našeg iskustva ne bi se složilo da je to tako, jer svi naši posjetioci, prijatelji penjači su nam prepričavali svoje doživljaje kad prošetaju selo u potrazi za nekim kajmakom ili rakijom, tako da mislim da to baš nije tačno. Nevidljivi su u smislu da ne ostavljaju nikakvo smeće i tako te neke stvari za sebe, što je dobro, tako da mislim da penjači su ciljna grupa koja može definitivno da pomogne razvoj nekih zaboravljenih i sela koja jednostavno odumiru sada. Slično je, recimo, baš Boro je spomenuo na Pecku, mi smo počeli naš Pecka Rock Climbing Festival prije nekih 11 godina, ali tako nešto, i iznad bukvalno sela Pecka, Ugovića brdo, zaseok. I u tom selu ljudi su nas dočekali obje ručke, jer konačno su neki ljudi novi krenuli, dolaze u njihovo selo, tako da Tako da, vole naši seljaci penjači.
Aha, super, super priča. Marko, jel imate vi u Nacionalnom parku Kozara, ili vi kao planinarsko društvo, ili imate u planu sad u narednom periodu neke aktivnosti na proširenju ponude, ja neću reći za turiste, za posjetioce?
Da. Pa evo, mi smo nedavno završili izgradnju još jedne dionice Via Ferrata staze, dakle staze osigurane sajlama i tunelima. To je jedna, u stvari jedina takva staza u ovom dijelu BiH, što je zaista postalo vrlo popularno. Imamo jednu ekipu planinara koja već 4 vikenda uzastopno dolazi, dakle vrši obuke, dakle naši kolega vodiča koji rade obuke sa ostalima. Ono što je u planu za neki naredni period i upravo se rade pripreme za taj projekat jeste izgradnja jednog velikog zip line-a koji će ići, dakle, možda jedan od najatraktivnijih dijelova Kozare preko određenih stijenskih vrhova, malih kanjona i tako dalje, tako da će to onako biti po meni jedna vrlo, vrlo dobra stvar za takav vid ponude. I ono što jeste u svakom slučaju za mislim neke naredne 2 do 3 godine jeste izgradnja jednog visećeg mosta koji će otprilike kao i ovaj zip line prelaziti pored određenih vrhova, dakle gdje će pružati jako, jako lijep pogled. Planova je naravno dosta, slušamo tržište, jednostavno gledamo šta to ljudi zapravo žele i mi se na neki način prilagođavamo time. Negdje na početku današnje ove naše sesije, dakle neko je rekao da moramo apsolutno sve da zadovoljimo i da moramo da pratimo naprosto šta se to od nas traži, tako se i mi naravno pokušavamo svemu tome povinovati. I možda još jedna vrlo bitna stvar jeste da ono što mi radimo jeste, dakle, jesmo mi vodiči, mi domaćini pripremljeni za to na ovaj ili na onaj način, međutim mi radimo i na, ajde kažemo, edukaciji tih naših posjetilaca. Dakle, ipak je ovo malo specifično, ne možete vi, nije to šetanje, dakle, kroz grad, pa evo sad odjednom idem šetati, planinom šetati kroz šumu. Moraju se ipak, naravno, poznavati određena pravila i kretanja, pa je na neki način, naravno, i orijentacija, prva pomoć ili šta već. Dakle, pogotovo, naravno, kao što sam već spomenuo, Via Ferratu, naravno, morate se znati kretati tim stvarima. Evo, Igor isto tako zna, dakle, ne može neko ko nikada nije penjao tek tako doći na penjalište, ipak mora nešto naučiti prije toga.
Jasno. Chiri, would you agree with what Marco said that the visitors' preferences and market demands should be in the first place? We can't hear you.
No, so could you repeat that because you were frozen? I didn't.
Marco and I just talked about what else could be done to improve offer within a national park and surrounding area. And he mentioned that they are thinking about new projects and they are led basically by market demand and visitors' preferences. So would you agree with that? Is that what the Green Vision is also doing, or you have different approach?
Yes, I mean, there is, of course, market demand. Maybe I would like to I can just link to what, for instance, Marion was saying. And that is that when people come, depending on the type of guests you have, so let's say, for instance, our American clients or our UK clients, they, especially the Americans, let's talk about them. They travel all the way from America here. They're not going to be here for a couple of days. They have to go for a longer trip. And then what happens is they want to experience also the culture. They want to experience some activity, some of these kind of cultural heritage activities that you would not necessarily see as related to outdoor adventure. But of course, it is very much part of it. What I want to say is that a lot of times we don't have to invent new activities, invest into new equipment, new stuff. Actually, what we have to do is try and figure out what Alex was saying, what kind of stories we want to tell, what kind of, how can our guides kind of bring the experience closer to each other. So the traveler with their local experience and with their local, let's say, the local people living in the communities which we visit.
Great, because it brings me to a question for Igor. Igor, znam da ste prije godinu, dvije radili par vrlo zanimljivih projekata baš u ovom pravcu o kojem je Čiri govorio, o iskorištavanju onoga što već postoji na području na kojem se vi najčešće krećete. Konkretno govorim o ovim projektima Livno, Grahovo što ste imali. Jel nam možeš možda nešto reći o tim projektima? I da li sad neko može otići u Glamoč, uživati u onom projektu koji ste osmislili recimo kao dio Highlandera?
Da, to je u sklopu projekta Highland Heritage. Razvili smo te neke 4 ture, jer smo prepoznali taj kanton 10 kao on je i površinski najveći, a ujedno i najrijeđije naseljen kanton ili uopšte neka geografska površina u BiH, sa nekim nevjerovatnim pejzažima i nevjerovatnim stvarima za vidjeti. I u sklopu tog projekta smo onda razvili te 4 ture za 4 grada. I baš nekako kad smo krenuli sa tim turama, imali smo ovu nesretnu koronu, tako da nismo uspjeli da te ture onako izguramo kako smo to zamislili, ali svi oni posjetioci koji bi željeli da iskuse mogu da bukiraju te ture preko našeg web sajta balkancolors.com, tako da te su ture dostupne.
Hvala. Boro, koji su najčešći posjetioci u Peckoj? Znam, prošle godine pretpostavljam da su većinom bile domaći iz okoline ili iz Bosne i Hercegovine, ali inače recimo do korone.
Pa zaista je bilo ljudi iz cijelog svijeta. Mogu reći da stranci uglavnom su dolazili zbog penjanja i to zahvaljujući Igoru, njegovom radu, njegovom vodiču. Oni dolaze s tim vodičem kao sa Biblijom. Znači, dolaze iz Los Angelesa, 2 momka su bila, znači samo su penjali 3-4 dana i vratili se nazad. Znači, izabrali su Pecku na osnovu tog vodiča i jako puno, kažem, iz različitih zemalja, uglavnom Evrope, ali i nekih egzotičnijih je dolazilo na penjanje. Dio ljudi, stranaca, dolazi kroz couchsurfing, dio ljudi dolazi kroz volonterske kampove, biciklisti često svrate ovi koji voze duže staze, ali mi nekako smo radili neke istraživanja ranije prije nego što smo ušli u ovo, prošli smo sve od Istre do Makedonije i uvijek je taj seoski turizam bio baziran na domaćim gostima i mi se radujemo stranim gostima, ali zaista evo da nismo bili okrenuti našim gostima prošlu godinu ne bismo preživjeli. Tako da dobro došli su svi, ovdje nema uopšte nikakvih prepreka za bilo koga da dođe i svi su dobro došli. Ja trenutno imamo jednog Argentinca, nismo uopšte imali Argentince sve ove godine, onda smo u decembru negdje došao momak iz Argentine, bio tu 3 mjeseca i samo što je on otišao, sad je došao ponovo iz Argentine.
Egzotično.
Jeste, ali divna iskustva, nova jela, Pecka se tu otvara potpuno, mi puno hrane spremamo i za vegetarijance, za razne ljudi koji dolaze od svakud. Senzitivni smo na to i imamo puno razumijevanja, znači mi dalje nismo ugostitelji, još uvijek razvijamo taj dio i želimo zadržati taj domaćinsku atmosferu i volimo kad nam se ljudi uključuju u proces i pripreme hrane i bilo čega.
Chiri, what do you think is the biggest, highest risk for adventure tourism development in Bosnia and Herzegovina? What is the single factor that could mostly endanger further development of adventure tourism?
Yes, I think it's a combination of the destruction of the environment that we're seeing, the rivers, the mountains, and the unplanned development that is now happening in our, in our communities and in our villages. If we've been talking here about green Bosnia or making Bosnia a green destination and having a sustainable image for the rest of Europe. I think it's going to be very, very important that we focus on some kind of strategy within the ministries to deal with this. Because in the last 20 years that we've been operating, we literally have tours that we don't run anymore because of places we can't visit, which we can't show people anymore. So I think that's one of the biggest risks here in Bosnia.
Yeah, thank you. So since we are behind the schedule, it is not our fault. Anyway, I would like to end by asking all of you one question. And izvinjavam se sad što sam na engleskom prešla, s obzirom da kasnimo malo sad već sa dnevnim ovim redom, a ne zbog ovoga, pa ni naša krivica ni ovog panela. Hvala bi da ovo privedemo kraju tako što ću vam postaviti isto pitanje svima u stvari. Da li vi, svako od vas pojedinačno misli da BiH može postati regionalni lider u avanturističkom turizmu? I ako mislite šta je to, recimo, jedna stvar koja bi se trebala desiti, koju bi trebalo uraditi da se to i desi? Evo, Marko, ti možeš prvi.
Da, mislim da, jer BiH naprosto ima sve, dakle, što bi trebala jedna zemlja da ima kao avanturistički turizam u pitanju. Dakle, imamo planine, skijališta, penjališta, dakle, u tom planinarskom smislu možemo jako puno, kad su vodeni sportovi jako puno. Dakle, mnoge zemlje naravno u našem okruženju ne. Sad, ono što mi trebamo da uradimo jeste da se nametnemo na tržište, dakle, da tu našu infrastrukturu tako dobro izgradimo, da je ona naprosto pristupačna svim ljudima, dakle, da ne imamo tih, hajde kažemo, logističkih problema. Boro je spomenuo, dakle, da su silom prilika morali postati hostel, jer ljudi su dolazili u taj kraj, ali nisu imali gdje da spavaju. I to je super, dakle, naprosto moramo identifikovati koji su problemi, dakle, kako bismo se mogli nametnuti, jer vi gdje god odete u svijet, dakle, vama je apsolutno sve na raspolaganju u smislu, dakle, svih tih nekih logističkih stvari kako biste uživali na kraju onome zbog čega ste došli. Tako da, krajnji moj odgovor jeste, možemo, dakle, samo trebamo još jako puno da radimo.
Igore?
Pa složio bi se da naravno da možemo, a ako bi trebalo da izdvojim nešto, mislim da bi vlasti na svim nivoima BiH trebale da prepoznaju turizam kao granu koja može donijeti dosta koristi Bosni i Hercegovini i da onda sve njihove daljnje odluke budu usklađene sa tom vizijom mogućnosti razvoja turizma, od zaštite ovih područja raznih do svih nekih drugih odluka koje sledaju. Tako da, to je to. Možda treba raditi, treba sa vrha da se prepozna da je potencijal u tom.
Čiri?
Yes, I agree to both Marco's and Igor's points. I would say that we have to start to look after our environment. Okay, there is incredible potential, but we have to look after our own bašće, our own place. And I'm the last person. I think anything is possible. And in this case, yes, it is possible. But I think we have to stop kidding ourselves that we are already a green destination or that we're looking after our place, because we're not. And we are not voicing this to the different levels of government. We are a lot of times just avoiding the hard questions or the pressure on our government officials. So I think there is an opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity to make this a green to make Bosnia, our own place, a real green destination. But we have to work very hard with our local communities, our local people, our youth, kids, elderly, politicians on making this work.
Thank you. Boro, šta po tebi bilo jedan najznačajnija aktivnost koja bi trebalo uraditi da bi postali regionalni lider?
Molim.
Jesi čuo?
Ne.
Aha. Šta bi po tebi bila jedna aktivnost, jedna stvar koju bi trebalo svi zajedno uraditi da bi Bosna i Hercegovina postala regionalni lider u avanturističkom turizmu?
Pa, brojni su koraci, evo sad to naše iskustvo, stvarno možemo reći punih usta, sve je važno, ništa nije manje važno, kompletno je cijeli proces mora da se prati na svim nivoima. Mi smo prije Petska Experience Park i projekta koji smo dobili skupa sa opštinom Mrkonjić Grad prije godinu dana, u opštini Mrkonjić Grad uvrstili Pecku kao turističko selo u strategiju razvoja opštine. Opština promišlja o tom prostoru kao strateški važnom za razvoj turizma, a onda kad imate takve dokumente, onda možete i dobiti sredstva međunarodna i privući privatne investitore i iskomunicirati sa mještanima, sve to zajedno, sve je to važno. Infrastruktura nam je ključna, mislim, za dalji razvoj, a ne možete raditi infrastrukturu bez nekog plana.
Okay, hvala vam sve četvorci. Pretpostavljam da ćete ostati do kraja i do drugog panela, pa ćemo možda moći čitamo malo, to je zadnji panel, pa ćemo ga možda moći malo i produžiti, nastaviti diskusiju koliko budete raspoloženi za to. Hvala. Now we are moving to our next speaker. I just saw him briefly on the screen a few seconds ago, Leonardo Persi, and we're going to talk about a very, very important issue that Ibrahim and many others actually mentioned earlier, and that is safety standards in the adventure tourism industry. Leonardo Persi is the convener of the ISO expert group on adventure tourism and is currently an analyst with SEBRAE, which is Brazilian micro and small business support service, working on promotion of sustainable and competitive development of small businesses. He has successfully led initiative of introducing the standard safety standards in Brazil, and he will briefly speak about that, laying the foundation for what will later grow into ISO standards for adventure tourism. Leonardo, thank you so much for being with us today. I know you're very busy with your classes and students and everything, but we appreciate it very much. Please go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello to everyone. Are you listening me okay?
Yes.
Thanks a lot. Budi dobrodošao, is it correct?
Wow, yes, it's almost perfect.
Okay, thanks. Welcome to all. Thanks a lot. It's a great honor to be with you, Alexandra, and all participants on this important event in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfectly well.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm from Brazil. I work with adventure tourism and ecotourism since 1992, and I still, until today, I work as a tour guide as well with mountain biking trips here in Brazil and several countries around South America as Chile, Argentina, and Peru, when I lived for 1 year there in 2008, working with projects on responsible tourism as well. Thanks a lot. And since then I started in a project here in Brazil, and I will, for you, perhaps in few slides, will divide my presentation into the Brazilian experience and then ISO standardization. So then I can explain better what were our steps here in Brazil. Thanks a lot, and a great event for all. It's really difficult to think about talking to you because great presentations till now. I learned a lot, and I think we can share our knowledge and in fact learn a lot with you as well. And I hope to be soon with you together in our country. And I really desire health to everyone in these difficult times during the pandemic for all of us in tourism.
Thank you, Percy. I think you can start with your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, in 2003, we had in Brazil the decision about talking about standards focused on safety, because we had a scenario. The tourism was growing up, and we had several accidents increasing in our country, including some fatal accidents. And then in these times, the companies working with tourism, they had a low culture of implementing safety procedures in their operation. So then we decided to deal with the Ministry of Tourism in Brazil when it was created in 2003. And in fact, another organization where I work here till today, that is SEBRAE, a company who supports all the micro and small entrepreneurs around Brazil. So we decided to begin this work, and we asked ourselves, how address these problems? So first of all, we made some kind of huge kind of analysis of our market. We decided to improve it, trying to make some seminars and to talk in the destinations to understand the problems in each kind of city or state or regions where nature activities were offered to tourists. Beyond that, we started to talk with government as well. We decided to make the standardization process as a strategy, first of all, as a voluntary process. It's really important. And involving as well NGOs and mostly the consumers. If you do all of this, make a lot of standards, they are papers. If they are not implemented in the field, it doesn't matter how we work a lot with the standards. So the paradigm that we had is that is going a small company effectively put in practice the standard. So this is what was our goal. And then the standardization began in 2004 and 2005. And then we decided to make the conformity assessment. Sorry for the little mistake here for the assessment word. And then tried to do some public policies and technical regulation. Look, as I told you, for a voluntary process is really, really better because you started to grow the process of implementing the standard in a better way than, in fact, to ask this for a obligation, a mandatory process. Just the beginning line for you, timeline for you, we had it here in Brazil, the Brazilian Association of Ecotourism and Adventure Tourism Companies. This foundation was really important in 2004. And then we had to prioritize the standards and to see how the activities were offered. Because when you go to the field, to the destination, a consumer perhaps will decide for his decision of buying adventure tourism, looking for the cheaper price. But as the other speakers were talking about here, it's not the price that is important, but this experience and how does this make sense for the destination, for the people involved with the tourism and the safety as well. In each country, ISO is the main standardization organization worldwide, but each country has their specific standardization organization in their countries. In Brazil, it's a BNT, and then there in 2005, we started the commissions. Nowadays, we have 42 national standards on adventure tourism. And then in 2006, we started a big program that we call it Safe Adventure Program, with training of the companies, the entrepreneurs, and the guides, and with this methodology, with consultancy and some manual and guides offered in all of our country. Nowadays, we have 14 study commissions. You have them there. I can say that for you that the three first ones are the transversal standards that we can apply to any kind of activity, of adventure tourism activity, and the other ones are specific ones. And I can tell you that one of the most important nowadays for us as well is the last one, sustainable tourism. And then we developed as well one standard in ISO. And the results in Brazil of this Safe Adventure Program in 2011, we have more than 100 cities mobilized in all of our country, almost 5 tourism professionals qualified within the standards and manuals, and with not only online course, but mostly with the presential courses in the field with these professionals. More than 50,000 mobilized people, and there we include consumers that were affected by marketing actions that we had to do in all of these 16 destinations in Brazil. More than 600 qualified companies, and for these companies, some of them, 225, they had some support, including financial support of SEBRAE and Ministry of Tourism, to implement the standard, the main one, and to be looking for the certification. Look, nowadays in Brazil, as we started in 2004 and 5, in 2010, we have now the Brazilian general law that all the companies that offer ecotourism or adventure tourism activities, they have to be formalized, they have to have their documents or formal ones, and they have to implement this standard. And look, I'm not saying that they have to be certified, because certification, it shows us that I have to be making some more investments to be certified. But in that 2011 ending of program, we had almost 100 companies certified. Look, in Brazil, 95% of our companies are small or micro companies, okay? Then, looking for the ISO view, in 2009, we started to develop within a decision with United Kingdom, Brazil, and United Kingdom. In that time, we started to be convener of this group. Nowadays, since 3 years ago, United Kingdom decided to let to only Brazil to do that. Nowadays, I am in the position of convener. That's like a secretariat for the group. In fact, I am representing here for you several countries that are working really tough in this work of ISO standardization. And to begin any standard nowadays, you have to prove and to defend to ISO what are the goals of the SDG that you have here in our screen. What are the goals that we are going to attend, creating a new standard? For example, if I say that I will make a rafting activity in Bosnia River, in that community doing this kind of operation, we can help the SDG number 6, clean water and sanitation, for example, because if I have a clean river, I in fact can be operating this river. So these are examples that we can see that it's really important to be linked with the World Tourism Organization and all of these important actions worldwide about sustainability. Just to see, since 2009, we have several meetings in ISO, at least 1 or 2 meetings per year. And since 2020, last year, we started to do the video conference meetings only because of the COVID pandemic. But it's really important. And I say that we have several countries working not only on the WG7 Adventure Tourism, but other working groups as well, including a new one, working group 18, that we just finished a new document about some protocols against the infection of COVID. So it's really important to know these documents. So it's including for sure in our safety system nowadays. These are the 4 published standards on ISO. I can tell you that the first one is the most important one, is the Adventure Tourism Safety Management Systems Requirements. This is the main standard that we see. What are the dangers and risks of the activities, and then how I treat it. How do I prevent accidents? And then we say, you know that in nature, in environment activities, you cannot say that the risk is 0, never. But if something happens, I have to be prepared for example, first aid for my client, and then to do some kind of emergency plan put in practice, but previously tested. So the standard talks about that. How do I prepare my company not to be surprised in an event, and then I can offer it even if it's a soft adventure or a hard adventure activity for our clients. The second standard, the last one published last year, talks about the personal competence of the adventure tourism leaders. So we have to say that abilities, capacities of the leaders to guide clients in the nature with safety. The third standard is the ISO 21103, is the information for participants. Look, it's the information about what previously I inform my clients. For example, if I offer them gears, food, water during the activities, or all the important relevant information. And during the activity as well, for example, I am making a trekking through the Bosnia Valley, and for example, we have a kind of strong rain during the trail. I say to my clients that I will change the trail to another route for their safety. So during the activity, I have to inform them. And as well, in the after the activities, after the trip finished, example, if I have a trip to Brazil with a group from Bosnia, then you come back to your country, and there in this group, I had, for example, another customer from Brazil with a problem of infection of COVID. So I have to inform all the group 3 weeks ago that I had this problem in this trip. So then they have to be testing themselves and taking care of themselves after the journey. And the last one, it's the 26111, which was a proposal of Portugal. And then we published this as an ISO standard, the good practice for sustainability. So these are requirements and recommendations, really important to be known by you and applied. Look, this is a voluntary standard as well, but it's really linked with all of what you were talking about before in saying about sustainable tourism. Alexandra, I'm just finishing, but you have any question, please take your time. And then just to know, we have in ISO several documents that you can look for them. The first is of our main standard, and then the second one is a guidebook that we prepared as well to make it easier for you to implement the main standard 21101. As well, we have several information on internet, including the COPOCO, where it's a consumers policy organization inside ISO to inform consumers about these standards. And as well, the last year we had a Focus magazine of ISO talking about travel, including adventure tourism information. So it's really important document. You can then, I can send you this presentation and all the links for you. And to understand what we are doing now, just nowadays in ISO, we are developing two standards. The first one, terminology. This is a document just to make it clear for all countries working with adventure tourism, what are the main terms and definitions of the adventure tourism market. So for example, trekking, rafting, and other words. So just to make information to be spread for all the countries working with ISO standards. And the other one is the adventure tourism, hiking and trekking, service requirements and routes classification. So it's a product requirement standard where we say that what are the information that we give to clients to go a trekking course, even about the route information, gears, equipment, all information about how many days is going to be the trip, and other information is important for the tour. And as well, the classification routes. The main purpose is that you can see there, I have an example of here in Brazil. I classified a route of 90 kilometers of cyclotourism, cycling tour, where we have 4 criteria, and these are going from number 1 to 5. So, for example, if the hard grade here that to say that physical effort is number in red heart here, we have number 5. So the client knows before buying this activity that's a really tough activity to be traveling. So this information is to make it easier for consumers and for the travel companies as well to sell their activities of hiking to the clients. Okay, this is an example of cyclotourism. That's why I say that it's a Brazilian standard as well. So I tried to show you this information. But so to just end for you, I can say that some key factors in this kind of standardization process, and if you from Bosnia and Herzegovina try to participate, and I invite you to be together with us, I just talked about that with Alexandra. it's really important to participate because you can bring your knowledge to the standards, into the standards. So key factors. Think about sustainable tourism. It's not more something about just selling, but to involve all the communities in the destinations. Safety, it's really important, not only for consumers, but for your guides, for the people involved in the community as well within your adventure tourism activities. Cooperation, in the main word, you say that not only developing standards, but within the market where you are involved with. Improve your experience, because the client want this, the tourists each time more want what we are talking about, storytelling. It's really, this is what we buy, the experience, not only a bike trip in Bosnia, right? And responsible marketing. I have to sell what I really will show to my customer, to my tourists, and not try to change it. Make it real the way it is. This is really important for us to make a real activity for our clients and getting funds and getting really these communities involved within the tourism in a responsible manner. Okay, I really appreciate to be participating with you. Sorry if I was long a little bit, and I'm here for any question if you have. Thanks a lot, Alexander, and all of you. I think it's mute.
Thank you very much for this very informational presentation, and you were not too long. It was quite fine. I just had one quick question. You said the standards implementation is voluntarily practice. So what was the response of small businesses? Was it difficult for them to adapt the ISO standards?
Good question, Alexandra. In the beginning, it was really a paradigm. It was difficult to think that, you know, as you told before, most of our entrepreneurs start their companies because it was a passion. I myself had my cyclotourism company here in Brazil from 1997 to 2000. And then we started as a passion. So then to bring this standard into my company and to apply it, for sure, for the beginning, the entrepreneur, he has to change his mind, because in fact, I think that most of the safety of the activity for each company in Bosnia probably is already thinking about and is implemented. Mm-hmm. The standard just organize it in a manner that any other people or any other customer or even a certification organization that will confirm it, will check it step by step. So the standard helps to organize this information in your company. Even it's a small company, I say, and even it's voluntary, it's really the beginning stuff a little bit, but then you get used to maintain it, and then the culture of safety for all the company, integrants, the leaders, the reception desk, the operator that's organizing the tour. It's really inside the blood of them. So I think that the first step is the most difficult, but then, and we have just as an example for you, we have in Brazil the Bahia state, if anyone knows it, it's in the northeast of Brazil. And there we have a Chapada Diamantina National Park inside the country. It was a small city where we had the most companies certified by this standard. It was a 10 number of standards of companies, sorry. And why? Because they made with themselves a change of knowledge. They put the walls of the competition down and they changed the knowledge within them, and they put the destination as the best one in Brazil at that time, So it's really something to think about, to share this knowledge, because when, for example, a Brazilian tourist goes to Bosnia, he's not going to buy A or B company product. He's going to buy the Bosnia and Herzegovina tourism, So this is a really important message for you. We have to share knowledge and to put everyone inside this process. You know, don't put I have a little company that's not working well. Call him, call her, and put them to know this process you are doing here nowadays. It's really important.
Thank you, Leonardo, very much for very precious information and advice. I hope we will stay in touch and see you sometime soon in Bosnia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Our next speaker will also talk about standards. Haley Wright is joining us from Montenegro. She's co-director of Black Mountain Adventure Travel, an inbound DMC, working in Montenegro for past 15 years. She also works as a tourism development consultant, including various project management roles. But she's also a strong advocate for client safety and guide training, and is member of the voluntary board of the Adventure Travel and Trade Association, which recently published the revised version of Adventure Tourism Guide Standards. It came out just a few weeks ago. Haley, thank you for joining us, and sorry if we kept you waiting. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much, Alexandra. It's quite fine. It's been an absolutely fascinating afternoon. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. Just give me 1 second so I can share my presentation with you. There we go. Here we go. Just let me know if you can see the presentation, okay,
yes,
Alexandra?
Yes,
wonderful.
Perfectly well.
Thank you very much. Great. Well, hello, everybody. Zdravo svima. I'm delighted to join you this afternoon and for this really invaluable exchange of experiences and knowledge. It's been fascinating to listen to. So, yeah, as Alexandra said, she's already introduced me, but my name is Haley and I'm an adventure travel business owner. So yeah, our company has been welcoming clients from around the world to Montenegro and the Western Balkans for 15 years already. And in that time, you know, we've seen the global adventure travel industry grow so fast. And as a direct employer of guides myself, and also having been guided on many trips in countries around the world as a client, you know, I've really learned firsthand the huge range of skills that adventure guides need to show. In particular, here in the Western Balkans, we've seen the scope of adventure travel grow rapidly. And we've seen the tourist market in this region broaden from mass tourism to small groups and FIT travelers seeking unique and transformative experiences. And as Jack and Ibrahim said earlier, the term adventure travel is no longer reserved for, you know, high action adrenaline activities. Indeed, most of the tours which our company offers involve mainly soft adventure experiences. Our clients are often in the 50 years and over range. And, you know, we've welcomed very fit 70-year-olds, even an 83-year-old lady who participated in rafting and kayaking and hiking. So the market is really, really big. Data shows that an estimated 4 out of 10 travelers from Europe and the Americas incorporated an adventure activity as the main content of their last trip. So that's also very telling. So with this in mind, I would like to introduce you to the Adventure Travel Guide Standard. This is the 2021 revision, and explain a bit more to you about this relevant and valuable resource. So what is the Adventure Travel Guide Standard? This is a resource which has been developed by a completely voluntary governance board of adventure guides and adventure travel businesses from around the globe. The standard was first developed 6 years ago, and the second revision was delivered by the board's voluntary working group in February this year. I myself have been on the governance board for the past 3 years, and I'm delighted to have been involved in the latest revision. So adventure travel guides are central to the delivery of professional, responsible, and also memorable adventure travel experiences. And the rapid growth in adventure travel has really led to an increase in the demand for professional adventure travel guides, and also the need for an accessible, clear, and universal adventure travel guide standard. This standard also provides links to many other relevant and useful resources to help guides and experience providers steer the industry to a globally recognized level of good practice. So who is the guide intended for?
So this is intended to be used first and foremost by adventure travel guides, but also by adventure travel operators and other entities who are concerned with the quality and sustainability of guiding services. Now, principally, this tool is designed for adventure travel guides to be able to measure their own competencies, to identify strengths and weaknesses. It can also be very useful for adventure travel operators to evaluate the skills of their guides and the need for guide training programs and also professional development opportunities. Now, it's important to understand this standard is not intended to replace any international, national or regional certification programs or any regulations governing adventure tourism activities, guides or businesses. As mentioned above, the Adventure Travel Guide Standard is governed by an autonomous group of volunteers from around the world, and it's offered to the industry as a voluntary guideline. It's not enforced or regulated by the Guide Standard Governance Board or the Adventure Travel Trade Association or any other organisation. So it's a purely voluntary educational resource. So we've just heard from Leonardo Persi about the ISO standards, which have been developed for adventure travel. And whilst the guide standard strives to be in alignment with ISO, it also plays a separate role to that of the ISO standards. The Adventure Travel Guide Standard is written to better cover the broader skill set required to become an adventure travel guide. It's user-friendly for both beginners and professionals, whereas ISO is better applied in the development of protocols. But in order to increase the usability of the standard, several references are made to specific applicable sections of ISO for government and regulators, and the readers are encouraged to refer to source documents for further guidance. Pop to the next slide now. So, in developing the Adventure Guide travel standard, the volunteers have identified three core responsibilities. So at its core, a guide's role entails accompanying participants on physically and also emotionally transformative journeys, during which they are going to experience new challenges and new activities. So to address these shifts and to acknowledge the multiple skills that a professional adventure guide shall possess, these three core responsibilities are also backed up by 5 competencies of adventure guides. So we'll take a little look. So the first core responsibility identified, and you've heard it many times today from the other speakers, is sustainability. Adventure travel depends upon vibrant and resilient communities and also ecosystems and landscapes. Adventure travel participants are expecting to participate in adventure travel activities in places that are being protected from negative social and environmental impacts, and that their contributions to the local economy enhance that goal. Besides tourism having a role in securing environmental protection, the most responsible experiences recognise that local communities must be empowered as well. So as operators, we should strive to not only equip local people with the skills and resources to deliver these meaningful travel experiences, but also to ensure that tourism revenue remains in the local economy. Having less of an impact is no longer enough. To be truly sustainable, our travel experiences really must contribute to solving environmental and societal problems. So as a result, adventure travel guides play a fundamental role in safeguarding the environment, social and economic sustainability of the communities and the ecosystems where guiding and related adventure activities are taking place. The second core responsibility has been identified as safety. And I think we all know and accept there are inherent risks in adventure travel. And so adventure travel guides need to be trained to minimise the risks and also to ensure safety to participants, as well as local partners and communities. In addition, adventure travel guides should be trained in appropriate first aid and incident response protocols in accordance with or employer and activity requirements. And the third core responsibility is quality and meaning. So whilst tourism makes important contributions to local economies, the increasing threats and impacts on destinations have actually called into question the act of travelling for recreation. Now, as Jan Klavora highlighted earlier, tourism is a polluting business. And, you know, we're moving into an era where travelling for fun really needs some validation. At the same time, participants' expectations of services and experiences are elevated, due in part to the availability of online information about potential adventure activities and also due to participant review and feedback systems. And so these customer service considerations in adventure travel, combined with the increased emphasis on sharing meaningful experiences, have really expanded the responsibilities of guides and their role in meeting the expectations of the clients. So in summary, all three of these responsibilities should form the core of a guide's training and work ethic. So a guide might be well qualified in the technical skills needed for his or her role, but if they're unable to interpret local culture or manage the impact which the activity has on the environment or on the community, or if they cannot communicate well with the clients, then they're not fulfilling the criteria that a modern adventure guide's role actually requires. So we'll just take a brief look at the 5 competencies. So to fulfill these 3 core responsibilities which we just looked at, an adventure travel guide really must possess specific skills as well as qualifications. The following 5 competencies have been identified by guides and adventure travel experts around the world as essential for adventure travel guides, regardless of geography or activities. The first one is sustainability, which we've already touched on. The second is the technical skills, and I think Leonardo has ably demonstrated the access to resources for using the ISO. Also, safety and risk management, another area where we touch on the ISO. Then customer service and group management, and natural and cultural history interpretation. So the Adventure Travel Guide Standard actually breaks these competencies down into further sections and provides actual practical examples which guides can apply, as well as links to further relevant reading tools and resources. And as we already stated, when it comes to some competencies, specific destinations, and in some cases international regulatory bodies are going to have their own guidelines, regulations and qualifications which guides will be expected to possess. So the guide standard just serves to support those aspects. We're not trying to overwrite or supersede them in any way. So how is the guide standard relevant for non-guides working in adventure travel? And this is an important question because people often ask me, is this just for guides? Even if you're not a guide, but you own or work for an adventure travel company or experience provider or tour operator, the guide standard is a very important resource for helping you to identify where training is needed within your organization, helping you to understand what international clients will be expecting from your guides, and also helping you to understand what support guides need from you when they're guiding your clients. And that's one of the most important messages personally I can give to people who rely on guides to deliver experiences for their clients, is that the way you support the guides is crucial. One of the issues I've seen many times in this region is when tourist agencies hire adventure guides, yet don't have any understanding of the importance of the guide's role. For example, I've seen an agency employ a cultural guide who enjoyed hiking to lead a group of 25 people on the mountain. And when the guide in question asked for the agency to provide a second guide for backup for the large group, the agency refused because they just saw it as an extra cost. They had no understanding of the importance of supporting the guide properly in order to deliver a safe experience for the clients and for the guide. So by failing to support the guide properly, the guide would have a very difficult time meeting the client's expectations, much less exceeding them. So the guide standard is recommended as a resource to be used not only by guides, but also by anyone working in adventure travel who employs guides for any aspect of their tour delivery. And in this way, those of us who employ guides are able to offer the right support to the guides so that they can do the best possible job. Now, if you're a self-employed guide and you work on a contract basis, you can also use the guide standard as a resource to show to potential employers. We aim to raise the standards of adventure guiding throughout the region and worldwide, in fact. But in return, the guides do need the support of the adventure businesses in helping them to be the face of adventure travel for our destinations, communities, and our businesses. And I would like to refer back to something that Raj said earlier when he was speaking about baby steps. You know, COVID has left most of us in the tourism industry without any, you know, spare income to invest in things like guide training and, you know, new protocols. So this Adventure Guide Standard is a free educational resource. It also offers a lot of links to many more free resources. So whether you're a guide or an employer of guides, you can access these resources now, and you can actually start making baby steps. And, you know, initially it's not going to cost you anything, and it's going to help raise the standard of guiding throughout the region. Let's just have a little look here. So we have, yeah, if you would like to learn more about the Adventure Guide Standard, there's going to be a 1-hour webinar on May the 12th. It's free to the public, and my fellow governance board members Dan Moore and Gustavo Timo will go into more depth about the Adventure Travel Guide Standard, including helping you evaluate how your government, business or individual guiding standards measure up to the standards guidelines. You can also learn more about guide training opportunities, professional resources, how to sign up to the standard, and also to meet members of the governance board. I will be on the call myself, so I look forward to seeing you there. I will make sure that the link to sign up for this webinar is included in the follow-up material after today's event. And the webinar is being hosted by the Adventure Travel Trade Association on their platform. As I said, it's free for the public to join. However, in order to register, you'll need to sign up for the Adventure Travel Trade Association's free community membership, if you're not already a member. And just to say, as I know form filling and registering and more passwords is always a bit of a hassle, but this does bring added benefits in the form of free access to articles, research and resources from Adventure Travel News, invitations to free network gatherings, access to free educational webinars such as the one I've just mentioned. So as a long-standing Adventure Travel Trade Association member, I really do highly recommend connecting with them because it's a fantastic networking opportunity as well. And so where can we find a copy of this guide standard? So it's available in PDF format for download from the Adventure Travel Trade Association's website at this link shown here. Again, we will make sure that, that this link is available to you afterwards as well, so you don't need to write it down. And yeah, I'm just going to steal something which Marion Marbury, who was with us earlier, said. The guide makes the trip. So that's the reason why I think you should download this guide standard and invest in helping our guides in the Western Balkans to be the best. So thank you very much. Hvala svima da ste pridružili danas. And thank you very much, Turizam, for giving me this opportunity to explain a little bit about the guide standard. Thank you all. Alexandra, I think you're muted.
Yeah, happens all the time. Thank you very much, especially for making clear what's the difference and how complementary are ATTA standards and ISO standards. And also thank you for capturing quotes from Marianne, because it's a perfect introduction into our next panel.
Wonderful, thank you.
Which is actually with the Adventure Travel Guides, very professional ones, I must say. So thank you once again, and hope to see you around sometime soon.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Dobar dan. Loren, jel se čujemo? Ovaj drugi panel, evo, Hailey je savršeno uhvatila onaj citat od Marianne, znači put posjeta zavisi od vodiča, kao odlučan uvod u našu diskusiju sad. Ja ću samo kratko predstaviti učesnike naše diskusije. Sa nama je Stanislava Borovac, licencirani turistički vodič koja je specijalizovana baš za avanturistički i aktivni turizam, a radi kao vodič za niz aktivnosti, od one za planinare, rafting, biciklizam do vodiča i specijaliste za interpretaciju kulturnog nasljeđa u skladu sa standardima Interpret Europe asocijacije. Uključena je u niz aktivnosti na razvoju turističkih proizvoda i ponude u Bosnu i Hercegovini. Stvarno nam je drago, Stanislava, da se danas ovde s nama. Igor Milošev je, mislim, teško ga je malo predstaviti, član nekoliko planinarskih društava, Alpinističkog saveza, Gorske službe spasavanja i vodič komercijalnih tura trenutno za kompaniju East Summit Team. Inače, posjetioce ne vodi samo po lokacijama u Bosni i Hercegovini, već po čitavom svijetu, na neke od najviših vrhova planinskih kao što su Mont Blanc, Gran Paradiso i slično. A aktivno je odnedavno uključen i u obogaćivanje turističke ponude u Bosni i Hercegovini. Igor, ti si autor ove Via Ferrata staze koja je nedavno završena na Romaniji. Dobar dan, drago nam je da si ti s nama. Tihomir Dakić, koji se trenutno vozi u autu, je predsjednik Centra za životnu sredinu iz Banja Luke i vatreni zagovornik korištenja bicikla i borac za životnu sredinu. Međutim, pored ovoga, Tihomir je vrlo aktivan i na kreiranju novih staza, turističkih proizvoda, biciklističkih ruta i već nekoliko godina je nacionalni koordinator za Eurovelo za Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Lorenz Kona, ili poznatiji kao Lori, vjerovatno najiskusniji od vodiča za avanturistički turizam danas sa nama. Lori trenutno radi za agenciju Green Vision, inače je stručnjak za obuku vodiča u avanturističkom turizmu. Naime, on je obučio preko 13 generacija turističkih vodiča, što je meni bilo zanimljivo. Jedan od vodiča koji je on obučio, koji kasnije otišao rad za Egzodus, je bio proglašen prije par godina za najboljeg vodiča na svijetu. Tako da mislim da ćemo, jeste zadnji panel, ali kako smo čuli od sve jednog govornika, vjerovatno najvažniji panel, najvažnija tema. Pa možda, Stanislava, da počnemo s tobom. Možeš nam objasniti kako si ti u stvari postala vodič za avanturistički turizam? Šta je sve trebalo da uradiš, da prođeš, da možeš za sebe reći ja sam vodič za avanturistički turizam?
Hvala, Aleksandra, na uvodu. Čujemo se?
Čujemo.
Pa evo, moj put nekako u turizam je krenuo prije 10 godina. Ja sam radila za jednu humanitarnu organizaciju, američko-irsku, i kad sam vidjela da se ti Amerikanci i Irci vraćaju 2 puta godišnje u Bosni i Hercegovini, da je svaki put nekako ponuđena relacija našeg vodopada Kravica ili ovdje Mostar, Stari most, odlučila sam da položim prvo ispit pri Federalnom ministarstvu okoliša i turizma za ove ovdje 2 županije, Hercegovačko-neretvansku županiju i županiju Zapadnu Hercegovačku. A paralelno s tim uključila sam se u planinarsku školu koju je tada organiziralo moje planinarsko društvo ovdje iz Mostara. I kad sam završila tu školu, ostala sam u društvu. I tada je paralelno s tim krenuo i razvoj Via Dinarike u Bosni i Hercegovini. Mi smo kao planinarsko društvo bili uključeni, tako da sam položila ispit za planinarskog vodiča A standarda. Ubrzo nakon toga sam se nekako radi sigurnosti sebe u planini i ljudi koje sam vodila priključila i Hercegovačkoj gorskoj službi spašavanja stanica Mostar, evo čiji sam član već 6 godina. Ovi već spomenuti, dakle, obuka za ciklovodiča je također, kod mene to nekako specifično, ja sam uvijek pratila projekte koji su vezani za turizam i nadograđivala svoje znanje i ekspertizu kroz njih. Tako da su posljednja 2 certifikata i obuke došle od strane europskih projekata. Jedan je cikloturistički vodič, a ovaj posljednji je interpretacija kulturnog nasljeđa koju nam je dodijelila evropska, dakle, već spomenuta Interpret Europe grupacija. Tako da ja mogu reći za sebe da je meni to krenulo, kako je rekao Raž na početku, od strasti, pa je nekako nisam se nešto prije 15 godina, nisam bila aktivna u turizmu, ali je turizam izabrao mene i ja sam izabrala njega i evo, drago mi je da je to tako.
Hvala, Stanislava. Igore, ti kao instruktor, pretpostavljam isto za planinarske vodiče, alpinista, penjač na najviše vrhove, radiš za jednu poznatu i stabilnu agenciju East Summit Team, koja već godinama organizuje ture na cijelom Balkanu, odnosno u nekoliko zemalja u ovoj regiji. Možeš li nam ti reći, s obzirom na svoje iskustvo u radu sa takvom agencijom, kakve vještine, koje uslove treba da ispunjava recimo neko da bi mogao raditi za agenciju takvog profila i da bi mogao raditi ture te koje on nude?
Naravno, prvo dobar dan svima, da pozdravim i sve svoje prijatelje, pogotovo ove koje vidim na monitoru trenutno ili sve lično znam i drago mi je da ih vidim. Da, kao što si rekla, stvar je u tom da, evo ja se ponavljam kao i većina nas, da svi mi krenemo iz neke ljubavi i strasti prema planini, pa onda to kasnije na neki način preraste u posao. A evo ja se već godinama trudim da mi to ne ode skroz u posao, imam neki svoj redovan i ne kažem da mi je ružno, lijepo mi je, ali opet volim i da kažem da idem u planinu onako da radim neke stvari samo za sebe, a volim također i da ljudima koji dođu u naš region pokažem ono najbolje od tih planina. I mi imamo slučaj, kao što si rekla, radim za Extreme Summit Team iz Beograda ili skraćeno EST, po pitanju tih komercijalnih turističkih tura i pored mene su tu još i par kolega koji su iz Bosne i Hercegovine, a naravno tim iz Srbije, jer vlasnik agencije prije nekih 10 godina odlučio da formira neki tim ljudi koji je on ocijenio da se u našem regionu dosta bave ovim, imaju neko iskustvo i da se zajedno kasnije nadograđujemo u tom svemu. Što se tiče naših gostiju, pretežno su to ljudi iz Velike Britanije i nešto iz Amerike i u posljednje vrijeme je bilo, naravno, pričamo o vremenu prije korone, pošto postoji taj novi i stari svijet, vidjet ćemo kako će da ide sad posle svega. Ali u suštini imali smo dosta dobre posjete, dosta ljudi koji su dolazili i ono što je glavno u tom svemu je da oni odu sa lijepim iskustvom. Mislim, naša želja je da to bude tako, da im prikažemo što više možemo u to malo dana što dođu, neki dođu i na 7 dana, ali opet i to je previše malo da bi im se sve pokazalo u pravoj mjeri. Ali u suštini bili su, mogu slobodno da kažem, pa čak i 100% zadovoljni sa svim što su vidjeli i ono što je naša neka najveća prednost na Balkanu generalno, a posebno u Bosni i Hercegovini je ta neka jednostavnost, domaćinski pristup, hrana, piće, jeftiniji smo, da kažem, ne samo u finansijskom smislu, nego uopšteno ne možemo mi da se takmičimo, ne znam, sa zapadnom Evropom u nekim stvarima, niti trebamo, ili sa Amerikom i njihovim načinom rada. Treba da izgradimo nešto svoje, to ono što svi pričaju, što si u Sloveniji, evo kolega radio, što mi radimo, tako da je to neka poenta svega što mi do sad nudimo i pokušavamo da pokažemo ljudima, a ne nešto što oni to svakodnevno imaju već u svojim mjestima odakle dolaze.
Hvala. Evo, Tihomire, ti imaš isto specifičan background, svi te znaju kao vatrenog biciklistu, zagovornika urbane mobilnosti, korištenja bicikla kao transportnog sredstva, međutim, pored toga si licencirani turistički vodič i često radiš i vođenje tura. Možeš nam reći kako se postaje i da li uopšte kod nas postoji procedura da neko postane vodič za biciklističke ture?
Veliki pozdrav svima i hvala na pozivu. Strastveni biciklista uhvaćen kako vozi auto, dobro?
A dobro, dešava se i najboljima.
Nužda mijenja mnoge stvari. Ja sam planirao baš da kako je išlo po satnici, međutim, pošto moram po ćerkicu u vrtić, tako da ću sad obaviti prvu intervenciju, onda odo po nju, pa ćemo onda zajedno da obavimo intervenciju. Jel? Pored toga što se svi mi nekako bavimo tim nekim aktivnostima, vraću se kako se postaje i da li se može postati nešto što bi na ovim prostorima važilo kao licencirano. Mi imamo i te neke živote koje pokušavamo da stignemo, jer ovo što su ljudi naveli, pogotovo koji se bave ovim, znači od Bore na ovamo, svi koji su pričali, čuli ste jednu bitan segment, a to je strast. Ja ću to sad povezati, znači većina ljudi koji su razvili neke svoje sposobnosti ili razvili su određene ponude ili su razvili neku infrastrukturu, razvijena je prije svega zbog postojanja strasti. Ono što je u ovom slučaju kada je u pitanju vođenje ljudi, druženje sa ljudima, socijalizacija i pokušaj da budete na neki način prihvaćeni kao neko ko pored toga što zna okretati pedale i poznaje svoj kraj, cijeni prije svega svoj kraj, znači patriote u pravom tom nekom smislu da volim ovo što je Aleksa mislim rekao, jeste upravo poštivanje toga i iznošenja ne samo najboljeg o tome šta imamo, nego i stvarno realne slike. Thierry je spomenuo jednu jako bitnu stvar, a to je također zaštita svega onoga što imamo i što trebamo da cijenimo prije toga, da bi zaštitili treba da cijenimo, da valorizujemo. Kod nas ne postoji nikakav pisano pravilo kako se postaje vodič. Na entitetskim nivoima, evo kao što je Borovac rekla, postoji polaganje za te neke entitetske vodiče koji su generalno, koliko znam, kulturno-istorijsko nasljeđe, nešto malo prirodnog nasljeđa. Međutim, kad su u pitanju specifične vođenja ljudi, ja iskreno nekako u gradu se najslabije snalazim, zato sam stao među drvećem da mi bude malo lakše, ali je suština da bilo je nekoliko projekata posljednjih 10 godina gdje je bilo polaganje za turističkog vodiča na lokalu, osnova kulturno-istorijskog prirodnog nasljeđa, i ono što mene u stvari najviše interesovalo to je da li postoji mogućnost da se uradi i za brdsko-biciklističke vodiče, odnosno cikloturističke vodiče, i to je nešto i bilo prije, eto sad negdje 2009. godine. Ono što mi je bitno istaći kada govorimo o toj strasti koju posjedujemo mi, i ne plana i ne vizije i ne prepoznavanja toga kad su u pitanju institucije, čast izuzecima, tu je jedna od najbitnijih konekcija. Strastvenih ljudi ima. Mi možemo da prenesemo neko svoje znanje, također neko iskustvo na sljedeće strastvene ljude. Međutim, ta konekcija između korištenja tih svih nas koji smo nekako na terenu, a nemamo kapacitete jer se bavimo milion drugih stvari usput, kako u stvari da mi budemo na tržištu, kako da ako ne organizujemo sami sebe, iz vrtića se ide, ne tako sretan, izvinjavam se. Tako da tu je ta konekcija koja recimo nedostaje, da u stvari u punoj formi, ako nas nije angažovao neka strana agencija, zaista da radimo, da se uvezujemo, jer evo meni je super, znam toliko ljudi, sad nešto pojedinačno, ovaj radi za ovu kompaniju, ovaj radi za ovu kompaniju, mi se u stvari praktično znamo se samo sa slika. I mi se strukturalno, mi se strateški uopšte ne znamo s ovih prostora, da tako kažem. Znači saradnja nekako, umrežavate se kada izgradite dovoljno kapaciteta da možete raditi i taj dio. A većina ovih ljudi uglavnom je pokušaj da se zadovolje te neke osnovne poslovne potrebe, da se živi i pokuša živjeti od toga i da se dalje radi na razvoju toga.
Hvala Tiho. Lori, kao jedan od najiskusnijih među njima što se tiče vođenja avanturističkih tura, kao neko koji je obučio preko 13 generacija turističkih vodiča, možeš nam reći koji su se pokazali u tvom iskustvu najbitnijim vještinama i znanjima koje uspješan avanturistički vodič treba da posjeduje? Recimo, vidjela sam da je jedan od vodiča kojih si ti obučio bio proglašen za najboljeg na svijetu. Šta to znači najbolji na svijetu, po čemu?
Hvala ti, Aleksandra, hvala svima. Šta je to što čini najboljeg? Pa to što bukvalno trebamo da se prisjetimo od samog početka ovog današnjeg dana, od prvi put kad je spomenut uopšte empatija, poštovanje prema drugom. Bukvalno kreće od toga, bukvalno. Zajedno sa tim, pažnja na detaljima. Znači da sam bukvalno budan i kada primijetim nešto da imam želju da odmah odreagujem i da vidim šta je potencijalni problem i da ga otklonim. Kada čovjek briljira u tome, tada je on vrhunski vodič. Kao na primjer kolega moj i prijatelj Samer Hajrić. Oprosti mi što spomenuh njegovo ime, ali je bitno to zato što dotična firma ima više od 30.000 gostiju godišnje i stotine i stotine vodiča širom svijeta. Biti uvršten u najuži izbor je ogromna stvar. Biti prvi, shvatamo upravo to što si rekla, shvatamo u stvari važnost obučavanja, da odmah idem dalje, važnost obučavanja u svim onim vještinama i sposobnostima koje ATA je jasno opisuje, onih 5 core competencies, što je Hayley baš obradila izuzetno dobro. Znači, neophodno je da briljiramo u svemu tome da bi učinili razliku između s jedne strane dobrog vodiča i s druge strane odličnog vodiča. Nisam namjerno rekao lošeg jer se podrazumijeva da ovdje radimo na unapređivanju naših vještina, a s druge strane znači odličnog vodiča. Tu u tom odličan vodič ima mnogo u stvari različitih nivoa. Kao što možemo da kažemo da je čovjek bogat ako ima 10, 20, 50 miliona Što da kažemo za ono koji ima 10, 20, 50 milijardi. Obojica su bogati. Međutim, čak i tu ima te razlike i upravo je to ono što čini da je čovjek na tom vrhunskom nivou, vrhunske usluge, da znači briljira u svim onim elementima koji su neophodni za jednog avanturističkog vodiča. Da nas samo podsjetim ono što je Hayley spomenula, znači tehničke vještine, održivost, naracija, storytelling, upoznavanje prve pomoći u divljini, prve pomoći u divljini i naravno upravljanje grupom koja u osnovi ima psihologiju vođenja gostiju, koja opet u osnovi ima ono od čega sam malo prije krenuo. Empatija, poštovanje prema drugima. I tu imam u vidu, kao što je i Alex spomenuo, ne samo goste, nego sve koji su uključeni direktno i indirektno u turu. Znači, lokalna populacija, onaj konobar koji nas služi u restoranu, onaj recepcioner, ona recepcionerka. Svi, znači, trebamo da budemo maksimalno ispunjeni tom turom, normalno da sve to organizujemo na siguran način, da pružimo i to je ono što čini vrhunskog vodiča.
Hvala. Stanislava, govorili smo, par prezentatora je prezentovalo određene standarde, govorili smo, i Igor je spomenuo standarde i svi se slažu da su bitni, ne moraju biti kopirani, ne moramo oponašati druge, možemo imati svoje. U tom smislu znam da je odnedavno u Bosni i Hercegovini prisutan jedan standard, bike friendly standard, koji je iz Hercegovine u stvari krenuo, mislim da je to razvojna agencija ReDah inicirala. Određen dio firmi, kompanija, agencija je uskladio svoje poslovanje sa tim standardom. Zanima me sad kako je tvoje iskustvo, da li u svojim turama si imala priliku sarađivati sa onima koji su uskladili svoj rad sa tim standardom i da li oni kao korisnici standarda imaju određenu korist od toga, da li su koju prednost imaju sad u odnosu na ostale?
Pa da, evo Aleksandra, ti si to fino naglasila, jest to nekako krenulo iz regije Hercegovina i ovdje bi se samo bi napomenula da je i moje područje djelovanje ograničeno na regiju Hercegovina. Uzela sam tu mikrolokaciju kao takvu i između ostalog tu je i grana cikloturizma. Da, agencija ReDah je prije već 2 godine krenula raditi na razvoju bike friendly standarda. Oni su tehnički sekretarijat za taj standard i kroz jedan projekt, pa zatim je to nastavljeno kroz neke druge fondove poslije, tako da standard živi i danas. O čemu se zapravo radi? Radi se o standardu koji je kompenzacija nedostataka na turi. Dakle, vi ukoliko ste smještajni objekt, ukoliko ste restoran, garaža, može biti različiti su razvrstani. Ja ću poslije zalijepiti linkove od kako bike friendly standarda, tako i udruge Hercegovina Bike, tako i od Adventure Trebizet vezano za canoeing i rafting. Da se vratimo na standard, dakle on je već implementiran i već određene smještajne jedinice, restorani, pružatelji usluga su certificirani kao bike friendly. Što to znači? Evo ja to nekako najbolje mogu objasniti na onaj praksi. Mi smo sad ovu nedjelju uvozili biciklijadu u organizaciji udruge Hercegovina Bike širinom prugom. Inače također ReDahov projekt revitalizacija uskotračne pruge, bicikliranje kroz povijest prije više od 10 godina, koji je prepoznat evo i od strane ljudi koji su i danas govorili prije nas na ovome webinaru. Znači, radi se o tome da, sad govorim iz perspektive sebe kao biciklista, spomenuto je i danas da biciklisti i hajkeri vole dobro pojest, vole se dobro odmoriti. Mi moramo znati da oni dolaze sa biciklima koja su nerijetko skuplja od nekih naših automobila koje viđamo na cestama, tako da zasigurno žele da se pobrinete i za njih, ali prvenstveno za njihovu opremu. Tako da ukoliko je neki smještajni objekat registrirani zadovoljava bike friendly standarde, on je kao takav unešen na mapu i nudi određene sadržaje. To je, na primjer, da vi možete sami servisirati sebi biciklo, da možete da smještaj nudi neke brošure vezane za bicikliste, predlaže rute, ture, zatim ishranu i tako to. Mi smo ove nedjelje vozili ovu turu od Mostara do Čapljine, podijelili smo Čiru na 3 dana jer nismo bili u mogućnosti da odvozimo svi s obzirom da je rekreativno. I na tom stajalištu smo imali čak 2 bike-friendly certificirana pružatelja usluga. Dakle, unutar naših biciklističkih tura su uvezani već i postojeći certificirani objekti, ali paralelno s tim treba naglasiti da se radi stalno na razvoju daljnjem, dakle da je taj poziv stalno otvoren, tako da i ako neko sluša ko je zainteresiran za isti na stranicama agencije REDA, a ima i Bike Friendly Standard svoju web stranicu, možete naći sve potrebne informacije i ući u proces za standardizaciju, da bi i vi danas sutra postali Bike Friendly Standard, zato što znamo da je cikloturizam najbrža rastuća grana, a mi kao regija smo pogodni za to tokom cijele godine.
Hvala. Igore, Marko je spomenuo isto Via Ferratu. Ti si autor Via Ferrata staze koja je nedavno završena na Romaniji. Šta je u stvari Via Ferrata staza i šta to znači za posjetioce, korisnike? Može sad svako od nas koristiti tu stazu, proći tom stazom ili je potrebno ipak profesionalni vodič? Da li taj vodič mora biti osposobljen za stazu?
Ovako da, kao što si rekla i Marko je to pomenuo, to je druga ferata na Kozari, krenut ću da krenemo od početka da kažem, prvu smo zajedno, radio sam zajedno sa tom ekipom na Kozari, to nam je bio neki pilot projekat da se mi uhodamo u to, vidimo kako i šta. Posle toga evo, momci su završili i drugu, izgrađene su još mnoge ferate, mnoge, imamo ih već bar 10-ak po Bosni i Hercegovini. A Via Ferrata u bukvalnom prevodu znači čelični put. Istorijat je dug, više od 150 godina sigurno kako postoje, ne u komercijalnom smislu, ali kao pomagala na planinama, sežu kao neki po istoriji da su prve napravljene u Austriji, ali u stvari onda kad su imale, da kažem, pravi smisao je bilo u toku Prvog svjetskog rata, u toku borbi između austrougarske i italijanske vojske na Dolomitima. Tad je imala tu, da kažem, vojnu primjenu, a posle toga je prešla u turizam i to je recimo jedan dobar pokazatelj kako su oni našli zajedničku riječ i tamo uradili neku super stvar po pitanju turizma razvijajući godinama, da ljudi kasnije na takvo neko mjesto dođu i posjećuju to radi totalno drugih namjera i razloga. I da vide to istorijski na kraju krajeva kako je to nekad bilo, a i da to koriste sad u te komercijalne svrhe. Što se tiče same ferate na Romaniji, to smo moj prijatelj, da kažem, i alpinistički partner Damir Lukšić i ja izgradili. Iscrtali, bili smo vođeni sa tom nekom idejom da napravimo nešto atraktivno u našoj regiji. Dobili smo ponudu preko jednog projekta koji je mnogo veći, da kažem. Naša sama ferata je mali dio tog i bila je uklopljena u veliki projekat. A onim čim smo bili vođeni je da pokušamo da uradimo nešto na nekim stijenama na Romaniji koje su malo zapostavljene, kao što su bile crvene stijene, velike stijene na Romaniji. Oni ljudi koji se bave planinarenjem i alpinizmom znaju da su one čuvene po tom. Što se tiče Bosne i Hercegovine, tu su i začeci alpinizma na tim stijenama. Crvene stijene su bile mnogo manje posjećene, kao i neki drugi lokaliteti po Romaniji. A Romanija kao planina također dosta zapostavljena, a mnogo tog može da ponudi. Od biciklizma, u kojem je Stanislava pričala, pa evo do naravno alpinizma i sad ovog vrlo interesantnog Via Ferrata turizma, da ga tako nazovem. Da se vratim na samu feratu. Ferata je znači taj osigurani čelični put po kom se planinari sa adekvatnom opremom mogu sigurno kretati. Sad mi tu imamo u kompletnom regionu malo rasprave kako to uredovati, šta raditi, pošto kod nas, evo pričali su i kolege prije nas i čitav dan se dosta vrti priče o tim nekim standardima, sertifikatima, ko šta smije, ko šta ne može, možda i pregruba riječ smije, on možda može to da uradi, ali pitanje da li je on osposobljen da bi vodio grupu. Jedno je da ja negdje nešto popnem sam ili sa svojim drugom, a sasvim drugo je da vodim 5 ili 10 ljudi ili pogotovo ljudi koji su tu turistički, nosi to ogromnu dozu odgovornosti. Mi smo konkretno feratu na Romaniji ostavili za slobodnu upotrebu, da tako kažem. Može da je koristi kogod želi i kogod ima znanje i fizičku sposobnost za tako nešto, ali naravno da preporučujemo da ljudi koriste vodiče, pogotovo ljudi koji ranije nisu prolazili takvom, da kažem, takvom planinarskom osiguranom stazom. Oni bi trebali da angažuju vodiča, da iznajme adekvatnu opremu. Jedan od većih problema koji isto tako uviđamo i sad na Romaniji, a i po drugim feratama, po BiH, evo složit će se i moji kolege sigurno, mnogo ljudi ide na takve aktivnosti, a nisu svjesni opasnosti koje nosi neadekvatna oprema. To je jedna od stvari koje mi moramo početi da radimo na tom, što bi rekao Lori, moramo reagovati kad vidimo neke stvari. I mi kao vodiči, a tako isto i naši prijatelji koji su planinari i koji se nalaze na stazi. Ako vidimo da neko baci smeće, moramo reagovati na njih. Ako vidimo da ne koriste adekvatnu opremu, da koriste improvizovane stvari na via feratama, moramo reagovati na njih. To ne mora biti svađa, ali to može biti nešto što će im sugerisati da ne rade ispravnu stvar. Ja imam dosta ljudi koji mi se jave, pitaju da idu na feratu, neki da angažuju vodiča, neki trebaju samo informaciju. Svima pomognem koliko mogu, a onda kasnije kad izađu slike po društvenim mrežama, onda vidim da je dosta njih išlo neadekvatnom opremom i sa ljudima koji je pitanje da li bi trebali da se usude u tako nešto. Znači nama fali malo i svijesti. Ovo što je i Tihomir rekao, trebamo prvo i da vidimo šta imamo, a i da znamo s čim upravljamo, da bi mogli da se kvalitetno odnosimo prema tomu. A što se same ferate tiče, evo kratko vrijeme je već pokazalo da je postala dosta popularna. Ljudi dolaze iz regiona, sad za vikend imamo ljude iz Srbije koji će doći da posjete feratu u velikom broju. Atraktivna je, vrlo blize, pristup samoj stijeni je vrlo jednostavan, odstup sa stijene do planinarskog doma također, imamo tu logistiku planinarskog doma koji je još u izgradnji, da kažem, i proširenju svog kapaciteta, jer su i ljudi, domaće planinarsko društvo Glasinac iz Sokoca je primijetilo potrebu za takvom jednom sredinom, da bi ljudi imali gdje da dođu. Tako da ovo je dobar pokazatelj kako jedan proizvod turistički u stvari gura i gradi i ostale stvari uporedo sa tim. Jer ljudi koji dođu ne ostanu tu samo da popnu tu feratu ili da prošetaju po planini, nego dođu u dom, pojedu, popiju nešto, popričaju. Mislim, mala šala samo na to, jedan čovjek koji je vlasnik obližnjeg restorana, kad smo radili feratu i završili je možda nekih 15 dana, ljudi su već masovno dolazili, ako je ulazilo već u zimu, da kažem. On je došao da nas počasti i donio neko meso i kolače i to, i pitali ga što kao. Pa vi ne znate koliko je ljudi meni ušlo u restoran iz Sarajeva koji ranije nisu dolazili tu jer nemaju potrebe, to je na putu Sarajevo-Sokolac, znači vi morate bukvalno da sjednete u kola da se odvezete tamo. A ako nemate razlog, to nećete uraditi. A ako imate razlog, onda normalno da ćete posjetiti i takave restorane i neka seoska domaćinstva i svašta nešto. Još se on našalio pa pitali ga mi kako ste znali gdje idu. Pa kaže to su oni vaši šareni, znaš, imaju razne jakne, hlače, on je pretpostavio da su bili tamo, nemaju gdje drugo. Tako da, eto, to je onako malo zanimljiva anegdota kako smo indirektno pogurali neke stvari vezano za taj mikroturizam, da ga tako nazovem konkretno, znači samo neke lokacije oko nečeg što smo izgradili, napravili i pružili svim planinarima i ljudima iz Sarajeva.
Da, oko jedne atrakcije praktično.
Recimo da.
Tihomire, s obzirom na tvoje iskustvo u trasiranju biciklističkih ruta, staza i vođenju tura, možeš li reći, jesi li recimo ti zadovoljan dužinom ili raznovrsnošću biciklističkih tura koji postoje u Bosni i Hercegovini trenutno?
Pa ovako što se tiče Bosne i Hercegovine, generalno kada gledamo od lokalnog nivoa prema nekom međunarodnom, mi još uvijek imamo neku vrstu upoznavanja sa terminologijom kad su u pitanju lokalne zajednice. Izvinjavam se. Stavi tu. Sve okej. Znači, imamo upoznavanje sa terminologijom, tako je i na različitim i entitetskim nivoima i jednostavno kada je u pitanju neko plansko obilježavanje, strateški plansko obilježavanje, znači čitava mreža biciklističkih staza koje treba da povezuje gradove i opština jednostavno za sad još uvijek nedostaje. S jedne strane dobro, s druge strane Mislim da se sad dobar dio opština i kroz projekte, međunarodne projekte, prekogranične projekte vježba u stvari na opisivanju nekih tematskih biciklističkih ruta. Prije svega ja ću ovdje govoriti možda više o cikloturističkim rutama nego o brdsko-biciklističkim rutama koji su dio cikloturističkih ruta, s obzirom da trebamo da vidimo u stvari koja nam je niša kojoj se otvaramo, jer možemo i da kažemo i u jednom pravcu i u drugom pravcu. Najčešće se teži ka tome da budu što adrenalinskije, da tako kažem. Međutim, to je najmanja niša i mislim da je najteže tu početi. Doći ljudi i reći da su super freeride staze, downhill staze, predivno. Međutim, one biciklističke staze koje spajaju doživljaj, spajaju kulturno-istorijsko prirodno nasljeđe, spajaju domaćina, između domaćina i domaćina i hrana, jedna vrsta hrane s drugom vrstom hrane je nešto što u stvari najviše ljudi što u stvari žele. Tako da radili smo na lokalnom nivou, radili smo na tom nekom BiH nivou, duže malo staze između različitih opština i ono što sad pokušavamo i u procesu je na neki način prihvatanja te međunarodne eurovelo rute od izvora rijeke Save do ušća rijeke Save. Tako da nekako uvijek razmišljamo i razmišljam kao pojedinac da ne utičem samo na razvoj staze koju trenutno radim kroz projekte, nego da se u različitim političkim oblastima strateški gleda na to, pa da kolege iz Mostara mogu lakše da realizuju aktivnosti, da kolege, ne znam, da se više vidi o tome, da kolege u Krajini također mogu da realizuju aktivnosti, a to su neki gore nivoji, neki posao koji je, vjerujte mi, jako dosadan. Tako su mi jednom rekli da što budem više radio na razvoju biciklističkog saobraćaja, manje ću voziti bicikl. Istina je, ljudi! Istina je, ali mi nije žao zato što vidim u stvari da u svakom kraju BiH se pokreću neke nove inicijative i da spremni institucije dočekaju neke nove inicijative, neke nove projekte. I mislim da je, opet ću se vratiti, udruživanje i strateško gledanje na čitavom BiH nivou, razvoj tih biciklističkih ruta, s obzirom da svjesni smo da imamo 10, 12, jel tako, ministarstava koje pokrivaju oblast turizma. Tako da tu malo treba ipak se više dogovarati, više razmjenjivati informacije, više razmišljati o opštini bez obzira što je ona, ne znam, u drugom entitetu i slično. Jer koncept u stvari cikloturiste nije došao sam do entitetske granice, ništa idem nazad, nego on ode dalje. Tako da ako nemamo jedan kontinuitet, mi gubimo, a želimo da ga zadržimo što duže. Mi onda gubimo neku vrstu ponude, 7-dnevne, 10-dnevne i slično.
Ok, Lori, evo pričali smo malo o viđenju turističke ponude praktično od strane vodiča. S obzirom na dugogodišnje iskustvo u vođenju i pravljenju programa, možeš nam reći šta je to što recimo posjetioci u Bosni i Hercegovini, bez obzira da li međunarodni, strani ili domaći, više traži? I Jackie i drugi su spominjali onu razliku između soft i hard adventure, šta gdje otprilike u koju kategoriju spada, pa u tom nekom smislu možeš reći koji procenat posjetilaca traži softovo, malo mekše varijante, a koji je više za adrenalinske aktivnosti? Da,
što se tiče nas, firme u ovih 20 godina, Green Visions firme, u ovih 20 godina, uglavnom su to bili upiti za taj, da tako kažem, soft adventure, koji sada u zadnjih 5 godina, kako smo počeli da vodimo i ove duge višednevne ture duž Via Dinarke od Slovenije do Albanije, koji u stvari sada već prerastaju 22-25 dana, što samo po sebi prerasta iz tih soft u malo zahtjevnije, odnosno zahtjevne, jer je zaista toliko dana da se planinari, normalno ne planira se stalno, svaki dan, ali to već zahtjeva mnogo više od onoga što zahtjeva jednodnevna planinarska tura. Ono što privlači goste, kažem, je, kao što smo i čuli danas, čitav dan, je u stvari ta kombinacija kulturološkog iskustva uz to avanturističko iskustvo. Baš to da program bude tako osmišljen, da bude cjelovit, da praktično i duh i tijelo učesnika budu ispunjeni. Znači, kad kažem i duh i tijelo, znači naravno ta aktivnost koja je okosnica avanturističkih programa, ali da bukvalno i emocija čovjekova, i intelekt, i i osjetila sva da budu zaista ispunjena. A sve je to ispunjeno kada je program tako osmišljen da zaista uključuje sve aspekte, sve različite aspekte. Baš ono što čini u stvari avanturistički turizam, interakcija sa prirodom u toj aktivnosti određenoj, odnosno aktivnostima, i taj socijalni aspekt, znači ta interakcija društvena. Kad je to sve uključeno, zaista je to najviše ispunjavajuće za goste, a u kontekstu tog šta je ono što oni traže, uz porast tih self-guiding tura, porast tog interesa, u stvari ovo što sam spomenuo, ta Via Dinarica, sam brand Via Dinarice koji smo slušali čitavog dana, je u stvari to ono što već zazvuči u uhu tih ljudi koji, kao što je spomenuto, žele da planinare Appalachian Trail, pa onda ovu megastazu, onu. Via Dinarica zaista zvuči izuzetno privlačno i počinje da privlači i ljude, ne samo kao što nam je i Jack rekao, u prosjeku 49 godina starosti, nego da taj gost u stvari postaje i mlađi. Znači, u svojim 30. godinama vidimo da su gosti već uspješni mladi ljudi koji imaju novca, nemaju vremena, tako da oni s jedne strane ne mogu da se priušti toliko vremena da idu više od 3 sedmice da budu na toj turi, ali mogu nekih 8 dana, 10 dana da se priušte, da dođu, i to je nešto što je zaista već samo po sebi prodaje tu turu. I kao što smo čuli čitavog dana, i Miriam i svi koji su govorili, vodič je taj koji prodaje u stvari tur, taj ambasador koji sa svojim kvalitetom vođenja izvuče sva ona nesavršenstva u stvari kojih može da bude i uvijek bude.
Hvala Lori. Koja su vaša, sad sve četvero pitala, možda od Stanislave da krenem, ko su najčešći posjetioci koji dolaze, koji vodite na vašim turama? Odakle dolaze? Šta ih najviše zanima? Čime se najviše oduševe?
Pa evo, s obzirom da ja pričam iz perspektive i biciklista, evo možda na ovo pitanje da odgovorimo vezano za tematiku, evo i ove virtual background iza mene, jer ja ljeti nekako uvijek kažem za sebe više plutam nego što hodam. Ljeti sam na vodi, ljeti sam na rijeci Trebižat, Neretva, Krupa, tako da zalijepit ću i link od Adventure Trebižat. Mi nudimo usluge kanu safarija i stand-up pedaling na ove 3 rijeke koje okružuju općinu Čapljina. Znači, svjesni smo svi da postoji ovo prije korone, poslije korone, pa ćemo se dotaći i toga. Prije korone zaista iz svih krajeva svijeta. Evo da se vratim što se tiče biciklizma, možemo reći da je to većinom bila Belgija i Austrija, Njemačka. A što se tiče raftinga i ovih vodenih sportova, zaista iz svih krajeva svijeta. Ove godine smo bili fokusirani na domaće tržište koje se pokazalo da itekako postoji. Ugostili smo, svi smo mi u istom krugu. Evo, Igor je bio ove godine kod nas na kanu i ugostili smo ga, dakle ja ću otići kod njega na feratu. Svi smo mi nekako, znamo se iz nekih prijašnjih ili tečajeva ili obuka ili zajedničkog rada i planiranja. Tako da je ova naša zajednica unutar Bosne i Hercegovine u ovoj prošloj sezoni baš bila, moram pohvaliti, stvarno aktivna. Barem po ovome što ja vidim što je dolazilo nama na kanu safari na rijeci Trebižat. Mi smo već danas mnogo puta spomenuta Via Dinarica, pored toga što je meni osobno pružila mnoge obuke i certifikate i usvajanje novih znanja i vještina. Rijeka Trebižat je jedini korisnik na plavoj liniji Via Dinarice u Bosni i Hercegovini i mi smo već uspješno implementirali nekoliko projekata zajedno sa UNDP-om na proširenju te ponude, tako da smo prije lanjske sezone izbacili 7-dnevne i 4-dnevne izlete koji su većinom bili fokusirani na strano tržište jer nekako se vodimo time tko će u Bosni i Hercegovini kupiti 7-dnevni paket unutar Bosne i Hercegovine. No moram se pohvaliti da smo i čak nekoliko takvih prodali u ovoj lanjskoj sezoni. Tako da to su posjetitelji ljudi, ja to nekako izjednačujem sa sobom i sa timom koji ovo sve zajedno i radimo. To su ljudi profili slični nama, to su ljudi koji vole i planinarenje, i kajakarenje, splavarenje, penjanje, ferate i vole probati nešto novo. Tako da što se tiče sad nekog profila posjetitelja, ne možemo čak ni podijeliti jer mi smo imali i u proteklih godina i u ovoj prošloj kad smo bili ograničeni na domaće tržište i individualaca, ali smo i prilagođeni family ponudi, tako da imamo dovoljno, raspolažemo sa velikim brojem vodiča koji su obučeni i koji već godinama rade na vodi. Tako da imali smo velik broj posjetitelja, obiteljski, djece, često nam se javljaju da li može dijete ispod 5-6 godina i tako to. Imali smo i najmlađeg posjetitelja od 2. Tako da je možda lepeza ponude, što nam je šira lepeza ponude, to nam je nekako širi i profil tih posjetitelja. Tako da je zaista što se tiče vodenih i ovih sportskih aktivnosti na vodi, tu dominiraju razni profili od godišta do zanimanja. A isto tako se to nekako preslikava i na biciklizam.
Igore, koje programe ti vodiš, recimo, šta obuhvataju? Otprilike slično pitanje koji Stanislav, šta od vašeg programa na kojima radiš, šta najviše posjetioce zanima, gdje se najviše zadrže?
Da, kao što se Aleksandra rekla, pored tih tura što idemo internacionalno, da kažem, vodimo na neke planinske vrhove, dosta radimo u našem regionu, kompletno pored BiH, Crne Gore i Srbiju također. Mi radimo taj malo, da ga nazovem, nije ekstremniji turizam, ali eto zahtjevniji, nije baš soft, samo da imamo kombinacije zavisnosti od plana, akcije i same osmišljenosti ture, ali većinom su izmiješane sa nekim zahtjevnijim aktivnostima, pa sa onda nekim dan, dva odmora, ako pričamo da su duže, u kojima je potpunjeno neki kulturološki obilazci, spomenici, vinarije i slične stvari. Gledamo ljudima da bukvalno svaki minut dana ispunimo sa nekom aktivnošću, a opet da ne bude ni prenatrpano da smo svuda došli i bili 5 minuta i išli dalje. Treba to malo izvagati i mi to uvijek kažemo, radimo na neki lični osjećaj, kako bi meni bilo lijepo da ja negdje nešto obiđem, tako pretpostavljam da će isto biti i njima. Ako sam ja bio, recimo za primjer, u Hercegovini u manastiru Tvrdož na degustaciji vina, neće budem 5 minuta, hoću da vidim kako se vino pravi, kako izgleda podrum. Nije akcenat da se nešto popije, nego bukvalno da se vidi šta ti ljudi proizvode, monasi i zašto to tamo rade i koliko to dugo ima tradiciju. I tako svuda, šta god da obiđemo, gledamo da ostanemo sasvim dovoljno vremena da oni uživaju. Imamo, kažemo, sve neke aktivnosti su uključene, jesu nekako trenutno, nažalost, da kažem, više vezane za istočni dio BiH, zato što tamo je više tih planinskih aktivnosti, jer je geografija jednostavno takva na ovom području i više se baziramo ka planinama zbog samog raftinga, zbog kanjoninga, kao što je Stanislava spomenula, recimo, zbog najvišeg vrha kog ljudi vole da popnu, jer to im je, da kažem, taj neki razlog, jedan od razloga zašto dolaze, zbog blizine same Crne Gore i Srbije, pa možemo i Hrvatske također, možemo da uvežemo ture, da vrlo jednostavno odemo iz jedne države u drugu i obiđemo neke njihove atrakcije, a da što manje vremena provodimo u vozilu. To je jedan od također problema kod nas, pogotovo u Bosni i Hercegovini, jer infrastruktura puteva nije baš najbolje riješena i onda se mnogo vremena gubi u vožnji. Nekad ta vožnja je zanimljiva ljudima, da vide nešto i da stanemo uz put, a nekad je to poprilično gubljenje vremena. Tako da iz tih razloga gledamo da sve aktivnosti budu posložene po toj ruti da bi mogli što više da uživamo u planini i prirodi i aktivnostima, a ne u samom transportu, da tako kažem.
Hvala. Otprilike o tome svi prezentatori govorili, o toj kombinaciji aktivnosti i uživanja u kulturi, u dodatnim sadržajima. Tihomire, šta se dešava sa Eurovelo rutama? Jesmo mi u Bosni i Hercegovini imalo dio toga ili gdje su te rute?
Jesmo, na kraju smo, ne zezam se, mi smo usput većini tih pravaca, sjever, jug, istok, zapad. Ono što je bitno na neki način da smo ubacili na mapu Bosnu i Hercegovinu kao jedan dio rute koja ima najviše potencijala i koja je u stvari sestra Dunava, odnosno Eurovelo 6 rute, sestra koja se zove Sava, na dužini od nekih 1000 km, koja ima u stvari najviše da kažem, mogućnosti da se vrlo brzo realizuje, prepozna. Radimo na tome da se ono trenutno od strane predstavnika svih institucija, i međunarodnih i domaćih, da prepoznaju i da prvo razumiju šta je Eurovelo ruta, da prepoznaju da Savska ruta ima najviše potencijala, da se bavimo također tematskim rutama, odnosno spajanje vertikala sa Eurovelo 8 koja je mediteranska, koja prolazi dole kroz Neum. Znači imamo jednu tu morsku, imamo jednu kontinentalnu. Sve više pažnje se sada, praktično kad je u pitanju cikloturizam, čak i u Hrvatskoj, imaju strategije posebne oživljavanja kontinentalnog turizma, tako da ona neki disbalans koji je nastao u Bosni i Hercegovini po pitanju turističke ponude, gdje je najveći dio i skoro ne znam da se može uporediti 90% toga u Hercegovini, a da vamo u ovom dijelu preko s druge strane Dinarida ima jako malo. Tako da treba sad jačati ovu drugu stranu, da kada pređete Dinaride da ne nađete se u praznini nekoj. Treba oživljavati te segmente da bi u stvari, da kažem, Eurovelo jeste taj jedan brend koji može ovim prostorima kontinentalnim, kako u Hrvatskoj, tako i u Srbiji, donijeti i razvoj drugih da kažem, ponuda, da li smještajni kapaciteti, da li restoranske usluge, bed and bike i slično. Slovenci su najdalje u tome otišli, davno su prepoznali, kao što je kolega na početku rekao, šta mogu dobiti od cikloturizma. Aktivniji su, da budemo iskreni, kada gledamo njihovu populaciju, iako ih sada malo remetimo s našom populacijom Bosanaca i Hercegovaca koji dolaze da žive tamo, a to jeste slobodno vrijeme i dokolica. Hrvatska polako pokupi i sve okej. Kada je u pitanju Hrvatska, također prate Slovence, u Srbiji su radili i ubacili su strategiju također Eurovelo rutu, a ono što kod nas se dešava, i mi smo u tom nekom tranzitnom periodu gdje se prvo razvije korištenje slobodnog vremena u taj neku sport i rekreaciju, kada govorimo o domaćem stanovništvu, i to je neki pravac koji evo sad imamo bezbroj sportskih klubova biciklističkih, bezbroj, znači na desetine imamo u BiH, imamo veliki broj ljudi koji, ne znam, voze bicikle, što je Stanislava rekla, ne znam, do 5.000 eura bez problema, 10.000, to su direktori, to su šefovi firmi, i sad kada se desi, imamo eksponencijalni rast svih tih sportskih rekreativaca, mi bi trebali doći sa našim stanovništvom do toga da sve više ljudi upražnjava to kretanje kao vrstu odmora. Ne takmičenje, ne popeti svaki vrh, nego u stvari da što više vremena provede što više na biciklu i da taj svoj novac koji je zaradio aktivno potroši. Znači, troši kroz aktivno sudjelovanje, da kažem, u konzumiranju turizma. Kada bude prepoznato od strane i lokalnog stanovništva, odnosno tih lokalnih biciklista, onda će se mnogo bolje vidjeti odnosno početi se ulagati više, da bi u stvari stranci imali i gdje da dođu i šta da koriste kao usluge.
Hvala. Prije nego što završimo, ja bih i vama kao i kolegama iz prethodnog panela postavila isto pitanje. Da li po vašem mišljenju Bosna i Hercegovina može postati regionalni lider u avanturističkom turizmu i koja je jedna stvar koju bi trebalo uraditi da se to i desi? Evo, Lori.
Hvala na super pitanju. Čitav dan se između ostalog vrtimo o tom ambasadoru zemlje, a to je taj vodič. Školovanje vodiča. Školovanje znači da, osnovne tehničke sposobnosti koje dobivamo kao vodiči na obukama naših planinarskih saveza su neophodne i to je uslov i u našoj firmi, da svaki vodič od nas ima tu licencu. Nadogradnja je neophodna i tu nadogradnju smo, uzgled budi rečeno, ATA je prije 5 godina organizovala obuku vodiča koji vode komercijalne profesionalne ture, tako da smo i mi bili na toj obuci i vidjeli smo u stvari da govorimo upravo o istom, da ono što mi podučavamo već godinama je upravo to što je prepoznato i u svijetu, širom svijeta, kao ono što je neophodno, u čemu vodiči, trip lideri moraju da briljiraju. Tako da smo u tu njihovu obuku prilagodili našim potrebama, odnosno da tako kažem, našu obuku dopunili tim saznanjima sa njihove obuke i kao takvu smo nastavili da nudimo našim vodičima, a i regionalno. Prije 2 godine smo u Albaniji bili i Srbija, Albanija i Bosna i Herzegovina su prepoznali tu našu obuku kao upravo obuku koju oni žele da imaju za svoje vodiče. Tako da smo onda napravili obuku trenera, avanturističkih vodiča, a poslije toga smo pravili obuku, regionalnu obuku vodiča iz te 3 zemlje, što je bilo izuzetno dobro. Nakon toga smo još ponovili takvu sličnu obuku prilagođenu za vodiče opet iz Albanije i sa Kosova. Uglavnom, hoću da kažem da razvijanje u tom smjeru je ono što upravo može BiH da učini regionalnim liderom, a to je to što smo vidjeli stalno na tim turama, na tim dugačkim dinarikama gdje smo radili sa lokalnim vodičima iz nekoliko zemalja. Vidimo u stvari koliko su standardni različiti i koliko svi moramo da budemo na istoj frekvenciji. Upravo ova obuka čini to, da smo svi na istoj frekvenciji, da zaista je to vrhunska usluga, ta, kao što ste malo prije spomenula, vrhunska, znači na nivou, svjetskom nivou vrhunska.
Hvala. Igore, šta bi po tebe bila, Lori evo misli da je to unapređenje, usavršavanje, da tako kažem, vodiča. Šta bi po tebi bila jedna stvar da Bosna i Hercegovina postane regionalni lider?
Pošto sam i sam vodič, nezahvalno je reći da samo smo mi tu glavni u tom. Jeste istina da mnogo od toga zavisi od nas, kao što su i drugi kolege rekli, jer ako mi predstavimo njima zemlju i sve što nudimo na lijep način i oni se osjećaju ugodno, prvo kao ljudi pored nas, normalno da će sve da dožive ljepše i drugačije. A taj nivo profesionalizma se diže vremenom, obukama, konstantnim ulaganjem u sebe. Jednostavno ljudi ne trebaju da se umisle da ja sam sad nešto naučio, ja znam i ne moram više da ulažem u sebe. Evo što Lori pokazuje, sam najstariji ovdje od nas, pretpostavljam, ali i dalje uči i nas, da kažem na neki način, ali uči i sam sebe u nekim stvarima. I uči i od nas mlađih također neke nove stvari koje mi vidimo, koje kude, kuda se krećemo i sa ljudima. Život je konstantno učenje na kraju krajeva u svemu. A ono što sam rekao i tebi privatno i dalje smatram da mi, ja mislim da jesmo lideri u regionu već, samo što mi to ne vidimo, većina. Samo trebamo da usmjerimo to u nekom pravom pravcu i da iskoristimo ono što već postojeće imamo i da gledamo od drugih ljudi koji su to razvili na mnogo veći nivo, zato što su, ajde da kažem, imali i mogućnost i vrijeme i kompletnu neku situaciju mnogo bolju i pogodniju za razvoj takvog vida turizma, ali to opet može da bude plus, zato što mi sad možemo da vidimo i gdje su oni griješili kroz te godine, pa da mi nadam se ne griješimo u tom, jer to je poenta učenja također, ali te stvari najteže usvajamo, da moramo sami da pogriješimo da bi neke stvari shvatili. Kao što kaže, imamo mnogo toga, prelijepu prirodu, dobre ljude, vrlo zanimljive stvari, istorijski, kulturološki, u svakom smislu koje možemo ponuditi i pokazati. Ja do sad kroz svoje, da kažem, malo iskustvo naspram nekih kolega nisam vidio da je nekom bilo dosadno. Kogod je kod nas bio to Britanac, Amerikanac, Njemac ili šta, uvijek im je bilo interesantno. I imali su milion pitanja, imali su milion pohvala poslije tog i na našim sajtovima na kojima prodajemo ture i na nekim forumima. Meni lično to je najveći uspjeh, jer smo mi onda uspjeli kao vodiči da izreklamiramo našu zemlju gdje živimo na najbolji mogući način i to mislim uopšteno kompletan region, ne samo neke administrativne granice ili ne znam nija šta. Tako da, eto, to je neki zaključak moj, da mislim da smo već poprilično dobri u tom, samo naravno moramo da radimo još.
Hvala. Stanislava?
Pa evo, stvarno bi se složila i sa ovim što je rekao i Lorenz i Igor i nadovezala se da mi jesmo ambasadori u svakom smislu i kada smo na terenu sa ljudima i kada smo na društvenim mrežama i kada smo s drugog kraja telefonske linije. A ono što ja nekako evo čitavo vrijeme kroz svoj rad i ističem i oglašavam na tim društvenim mrežama da je prednost Bosne i Hercegovine je to što ona ima totalno dvije kontradiktorne regije, a opet otvara se toliko mogućnosti. Ja još ne znam da vi možete biti na skijalištu i za jedno 45 minuta biti na moru. Jednostavno to je nešto što mi nismo još, mi u smislu kao zemlja. Evo danas ovdje mi smo svi istog mindseta, isti su nam profili i vrlo lako ćemo se složiti oko nekih stvari, ali ono što je Alex spomenuo, taj mindset of the country, znači mindset naše destinacije, sad ovdje destinacija Hercegovina, destinacija Bosna i Hercegovina kao takva, jer na nama je kao vodičima da mi sada nudimo i promoviramo te vrijednosti koje nudimo na našim mikrolokacijama. Hercegovina kao regija ima jednu prednosti, Bosna kao regija ima totalno druge prednosti i upravo možda razvijanjem tih komparativnih prednosti i tih regionalnih specifičnosti mi se nećemo podijeliti, nego ćemo se baš suprotno ujediniti. I to da destinacija, opet se vraćam na Aleksa, oduševio me sa svojom prezentacijom, mi moramo biti u službi destinacije. Mi moramo biti u službi destinacije. Svjesni smo, dakle, svi koji rade u avanturizmu, da je prije plasiranja bilo kakvih planova, strategija, mi sve to trebamo zaštititi. Jer znamo koliko je to nedovoljno zaštićeno. Svaki dan smo na terenu ti pojedinci koji će pokupiti, vraćamo se, da li je to otpad, da li ćemo ići protestirati protiv izgradnje mini hidrocentrala ili, dakle, prije nego što krenemo u bilo kakvo razvijanje daljnjeg brendiranja naše zemlje, mi moramo sav ovaj naš turistički potencijal, ekopotencijal zaštititi, prvenstveno od nas sami, a onda i od posjetitelja.
Hvala Stanislava. I Tihomire, tvoj zaključak, da li možemo biti ili jesmo već regionalni lider i ako nismo, šta treba, jedna stvar koju treba uraditi da se to desi?
Mi smo u kružnom toku, mi smo nekako kružni tok često sagledavan kao prolazna zemlja kroz koju se prolazi. Međutim, trebamo naravno, mi smo još uvijek tu ljudi koji su odlučili da ne odlaze s ovih prostora, da se potrudimo, da stvorimo da prezentujemo u stvari taj sadržaj koji već postoji, da ga sačuvamo, očuvamo, bilo da se radi o kulturno-istorijskom prirodnom nasljeđu i da na neki način, pored toga što mi jako volimo to i želimo, ja ću opet se povezati to da bez institucionalnog prepoznavanja i pomoći mi možemo da dobacimo do 3. stepenice. Ja ne kažem da mi ne možemo uraditi nešto sami, a onda se postavlja se uopšte pitanje postojanja svih institucija u Bosni i Hercegovini, izdvajanja i pravljenja strategija, ako ovi ljudi koji su sa terena ne budu direktno uključeni u izradu strategija i akcionih planova i svega što je potrebno, znači ne samo kao dokument, nego da vidimo u stvari to što ste pitali, da li Bosna i Hercegovina može da bude i treba da bude neki, neću govoriti lider, ali za sada je u stvari da se pozicionira. Mislim da je naša prva uloga da se pozicioniramo negdje i da prepoznamo u stvari šta to možemo biti bez nekog kopiranja. Da ne kopiramo nekog drugog, nego da budemo stvarno Bosna i Hercegovina zemlja specifična po mnogo toga. I da to u stvari prezentujemo, jer to je, nekad su naše to mane, ali možemo neke mane da predstavimo i kao naše vrline, odnosno prednosti.
Odlično, hvala. Evo imamo i nekih sugestija i komentara i na Facebooku i u ovom chatu. Hvala vam puno što ste učestvovali, što ste izdržali do kraja. Malo smo više probali termin, ali dobro, dešava se redovno. Hvala vam još jednom i vidimo se.
Hvala vam, pozdrav svima.
Hvala, pozdrav.
Hvala.